afternoon and welcome to day 2 of the Giant Health Conference, Humanity Track Extending Health Span in the World of Digital Health, AI and COVID-19. Wow, what a day we had yesterday, Mike. What was your highlight?
I might be biased, but anytime I get to speak with, people like Kristen Fortenay and Aubrey de Grey and Peter Fedichev, about the biomarkers, that was pretty cool. Also, just the way I got into the space was, how do we do early detection of disease, and Rhoda's talk was pretty amazing.
Indeed, that was a great panel. And then I think for me, obviously, it's always great to have a conversation with Aubrey. I particularly liked the session on using wearables and digital biomarkers to improve health span. I mean, mainly because it was so, radically inclusive in that we can really touch and help so many more people without having to rely on, slightly more frictionful and invasive testing like blood and clinical and DNA markers. So that was really interesting. And I thought Christine from Evidation Health really teed that up well with Joshi, Peter Fedichev and Thomas. So that was a great session for me. Without further ado, let's look at day 2, which is here right now, and take you through what we have in store. So first up, we have a really great talk from someone who I hold in huge regard, Andrew J. Scott, who's a professor at London Business School, an economist. He's also an author where he's sold hundreds of thousands of books on the subject, and he's also contributed research to the longevity dividend. So he's going to be looking at the economics of longevity. Is it the next $1 trillion industry, Mike? What do you think?
I think Andrew will make it clear that it is. I think we're going to go in a little after 5. We're going to have the healthy longevity for all. That's going to be led by Tina Woods. She's a social entrepreneur and author of the Preventative Health, Healthy Longevity and Open Health Data AI. I think what we're going to touch on there is going to be, how do we actually bring this to the masses? So we got Keith Komoto, who's done amazing stuff to bring this, mainstream. Adrian Berg, who's the director of the Catalyst Institute. You got Tonu Escu, who is one of the directors at, the Estonian Biobank, which a lot of this great research comes out of. And you got yours truly. And then next up, Pete, what do we got?
Yeah, 6 o'clock-ish, we have another amazing speaker who's going to be talking about really the lessons from her research, from her book, 100 Plus, how the coming age of longevity will change everything. Sonia's based in the Valley, and again, is another, we're pretty much fanboys of what she has brought to the space, and always love meeting up with her. So it'd be great to hear what she has to say today. And then what's up after that, Mike?
So right around 6:30, we got Smart Health at the dawn of a new healthcare architecture. So that's Thomas Olivier, who's the founder and CEO of Omnos, is going to walk us through how he sees all of this kind of rolling out.
Indeed. And then after that, we should be hearing from none other than Dr. Robert Green, who's a member of our Science Advisory Board and Science Advisor to us here at Humanity. Again, another one of our inspirations. He's really kind of, I guess, made a huge dent in the space of consumer genomics. Does a bunch of things that are radically inclusive as well. So really excited to hear his talk on the path to preventative genomics at around 7. And then following that, we've got something quite interesting as well, haven't we, Mike?
Yeah, so the perfect lead up is Robert's talk. And then at 7:30, Robert's going to turn around and be the moderator and bring on a couple of the other kind of luminaries that are really bringing all these health breakthroughs direct to consumer. And so he's going to basically walk through, how do you bring these breakthroughs direct to consumer? How's that done? You have people like Sanjay Pingle, who's running PWN Health, which is one of the key ways that you can get access to different, healthcare interventions in the States. You got Neil Ward, who heads up Illumina here in the UK. Illumina is the biggest producer of both genetic sequencing machines, and they also are, acquiring companies like Grail that will do amazing things for early detection. And then you got one of my favorite people, Peter Ward, who's working on this little company called Humanity.
Who is that guy? Anyway, we've got something else lined up straight after that, which is going to be really exciting, which is really about, we talked about the top of top of today is talking about the longevity industry and is it the $1 trillion industry? Well, why not hear from the VCs, the venture capitalists themselves? So Julia Hawkins is going to be really teeing up an amazing panel. Julia's from Local Globe, and she's assembled some of the rock stars who are investing in the health tech industry. People like Dr. Andy Richards, CBE, who's actually the founding member, really co-founder of Cambridge Angels, one of the leading angels networks that's investing in this space. We have none other than James Wise, who's very well known in the health tech space, one of the partners at Balderton Capital. We have Pam Garside, who's the co-chair of Cambridge Health Network. Very delighted to hear from her as well. Andrew Elder, who's partner at Albion VC, but he's also doing a spin-off fund with UCL, which is fascinating. So I think that's going to be really interesting to learn more about. And last but not least, we have Ben Merrill, who's also one of our investors in Humanity, and is also an investor in Fit, which many of you may have heard of, which is a great fitness app. He'll be adding to the panel also. And that about wraps it up, Mike. I think we're going to be just giving a bit of a conclusion to what will no doubt be 2 epic days.
Yeah, that's pretty packed. Yeah, I love every single one of those.
So buckle up, get ready for it. It's going to be an amazing day ahead. To welcome Andrew J. Scott to the stage.
Thank you, Pete, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to talk, and thank you to everyone for sparing your time to listen to me. So I'm going to be talking about the economics of longevity. By way of background, I'm a macroeconomist, so I kind of focus on the big picture stuff, the trends that shape the world around us, that bit by bit build up so that over 10, 20 years you look back and go, wow, we do things very differently. And the trend I'm particularly interested, if not obsessed about, is around aging and longevity, because of course, in the wake of COVID, we have many, many trends that are going to change the world going forward. There's AI robotics, there's sustainability, tackling inequality, changing to a more equitable system. But the one that I think just doesn't give enough attention is aging and longevity, which is kind of strange when you think in some ways COVID is a viral attack of aging and has shown just how important healthy aging is. We have created our economy in order to protect older lives. And if that's a revealed preference of what we value, my goodness, this is an important trend. So I'm going to try and give you my thinking about aging and longevity and a little bit why it's not fully appreciated, or you can kind of feel the momentum building up. Testimony to this session here today. So I'm going to share my slides. I'm hoping that's going to work. And I'm going to just go through my presentation. So yeah, the economics of longevity, the next $1 trillion industry. And I kind of got into this topic through charts like this. This is an aging society. Economists are obsessed with an aging society. You'll have heard this story no end of times. There's a fall in the birth rate, more people living longer. And that fall in the birth rate means that younger cohorts are smaller. So the older cohorts are larger. And here's this historical fact: for the first time ever in human history, today there are more people aged over 65 than under 5. I have to say, I never quite know what to make of that chart. It's like, well, yeah, but what does it mean? There's more people aged over 65 than under 5, but how do I act on it? Well, why is the world different? And in some ways, I think the importance people give to this chart shows just what a mess we are in about age, and particularly the obsession with chronological age, which is something I'll come to later. But the sort of standard economic analysis of an aging society says, yeah, there's all these old people, and that's a problem because they get sick, they get ill, they don't work, they're dependent on everyone else, and that's a challenge. And so I used to give this lecture, Aging Society, and it was pretty miserable stuff. One, because it's negative, but also because the fun thing for me in economics is it's quite an interesting subject that looks at strange intellectual mechanisms and feedback loops. And there's none of that here. It just says, yeah, more and more old people, more and more of a burden. But then I wanted to look at it this way around. So this is, I think, an interesting chart because it's a a picture of the world population in 1950 right the way through to 2100. It's one of these population pyramids. And of course, what the Aging Society story does is draw a line across at some arbitrary number, say 60, and say everyone above that line is old. And of course, if you compare 1950 with 2100, there's loads more old people. There's an aging society. But I think that's to miss the point, really, which is I would look at this chart vertically. And kind of a little bit abusing this chart. If you do look at this chart vertically, you see what's really happened is that people born today can expect to live a lot longer than they did previously. And not just a lot longer compared to dying in the early years, but the peak is getting taller and taller, with 100 plus being the fastest growing demographic group. So that's what I would call that vertical axis, is the longevity agenda. How do we deal with longer lives? And once you start thinking of it that way, what has happened? Yeah, the stat that you'll see is that on average we're living longer and we're healthier for longer, which sounds like great news to me. That shouldn't be a problem for the economy. That should be an advantage. So rather than think of an aging society and more old people, let's think about longevity. And of course, as that vertical dimension says, it's really about time. That's the key insight. This is about time. And if you look at UK government estimates, these are about to be updated, but these are forecasts for females born in the UK at different periods. And these are purely statistical forecasts in the sense that they just extrapolate trends. And of course, there's different ways of extrapolating trends. You can just assume those trends carry on as they have done in the past, or you can sit on them a bit. And if you sit on them a bit, you get the lower numbers in these projections. And if you don't, you just let the data speak for itself. You get the upper bounds. But you can see from this chart that a child born today in the UK has a very good chance of living to be 100. And by the way, these are average life expectancy numbers. And as we'll see later, that the mean and the mode, the median and the mode are to the right of this. So a child born today has a very realistic chance of living to 100. And that's a different way, I think, of looking at it than saying there's just more old people. Because if you do some calculations, I'm going to ignore the first 20 years of life, ignore the last 10, give you some time off at the weekends and the evenings to do whatever it is you want to do. And I call everything else productive hours, time you could be spent doing something. Well, if you're living to 70, you've got 125,000 productive hours. But if you live to 100, you've got 220,000 productive hours. That's another 100,000 hours. So really the longevity question is, what are we going to do with all that extra time? And of course, when you see it that way, it becomes apparent that this isn't really about end of life and being old. This is about all of life. Every decade in the last 100 years or so, best practice life expectancy has increased by 2 or 3 years every 10 years. That's like the end of every day having another 6 to 8 hours. It's like the day going from 24 to 32 hours. And if you had that much time, you would restructure your day. You wouldn't just tack the hours on at the end. You'd have breakfast at a different time. You'd probably have smaller meals more often, but you would restructure time. And of course, that's what we're doing with life in response to longevity. We're behaving differently. We're getting married later. We're having children later. We're embarking on careers later. We're working later. We're getting divorced later. There's all sorts of responses. Just as in the 20th century, we invented pensioners and teenagers. They didn't exist as stages of life before the 20th century. So we're seeing changes in life with this increase in longevity. But the other thing that's happening, it's not just time, it's also about malleability. We discovered that age is more malleable than we thought. That is why we're seeing people living for longer and in better health. And we're now finding those gains coming in 60, 70, 80-year-olds age groups. So we're seeing things now that's discovering that age is not destiny. Demography is not destiny. The relationship between biological and chronological age is malleable. That, of course, is a great opportunity. It also explains the diversity with which we see people age. It gets me kind of cross when I see people talk about the over 65 market. You wouldn't dream of talking about an under 65 market. This is a very, very diverse group, but age malleability is key. So there's 2 things happening at the moment. There's the aging society narrative that I'm very familiar with, that's been going on for years, ever since I was an undergraduate, more than 30 years ago, which says, hey, demographic trends, lower birth rate, more old people. But much more important is how our aging is changing. Having more time ahead of us, discovering that age is malleable, we're changing how we age. And that's a fantastic opportunity, both at an individual level, but also at the economic level, macroeconomic level. More old people, how we're aging is changing. And of course, the balance between these two forces is different across different countries. Countries like Japan and China, which have seen a very dramatic demographic transition, very sharp falls in the birth rate, they've got a lot more old people. The UK and US have done that transition much more slowly, so they've got more chance to benefit from the longevity economy. But of course, what's interesting about China and Japan is that aging society effect, that demographic shift is so overwhelming, they really need to invest heavily into the longevity economy. Those countries that are seeing a really big increase in the number of old people really have to invest in aging well. And of course, that starts way before people are old. Just to show how these differences across countries, on the left-hand side, I've got for the UK, the average age of the population, that orange line. And it's increasing, the aging society. The average age of the Brit has never been older. But the blue line shows you, given current life expectancy stats, how much life the average Brit's got remaining. That's also never been higher. So the average Brit, never been older, never had so much more time ahead of them. And that, to me, makes it at best ambiguous whether the UK is an aging society. If I've got more time ahead of me, have I got more thanatological age? Have I got more birthdays ahead than I've ever expected before? I need to invest in my future more. And that's the key thing about longevity. Investing in the future, holding options becomes more important. You can see on the right-hand side in Japan that they also have got an aging society, but that demographic effect, the change in the composition of the population is dominating. So they have less years to live than past generations. So even though life expectancy trends are great in Japan, the population trends mean that they really do have an aging society. But the average Brit, never been older, never had more time left. So of course, these are raising fundamental questions to us. How do we support this longer life in terms of finances, in terms of health, in terms of our skills, our employment, our relationship, and critically, our sense of purpose? It also is posing pretty fundamental questions about our narrative of age, our reliance, for instance, on chronological age, which I can talk for hours about, but actually emerged in the 19th century, 18th century, with growing literacy and growing bureaucracy. We started to characterize age chronologically. But it's not really fit for purpose, that obsession. But because of that, we have these age stereotypes, and we have a lot of ageism, which is getting in the way of dealing with these longer lives. So loads of corporates, governments, and educations need to change. And that's what I investigate in my book, The 100-Year Life and the New Long Life, written with Linda Grattan. But I also want to say that change is underway. I can see changes already occurring. I wrote the book, The 100-Year Life, in 2016. And it's been a huge success, which is lovely, but I think that reflects a growing sense in the world that aging is not working out in the way people thought. This change in how we age is equally important. So we're seeing change in people's behaviors. I talked about marriage and age of having children, age of retiring, age of getting divorced. We're also seeing changes in the labour market. I'll show you some stats in a moment. We're also seeing changes in the product market as well as big public debate. We're at the beginnings of a major social change. And what's interesting is some of the changes are pretty profound, but have happened without much comment. Because in a way, if 60 is the new 55 or whatever number you want to talk about, those changes can quite easily be managed because people do just carry on working for longer without the rules having to change. I mentioned earlier about changes in the labour market. This is for me is the key chart showing you a longevity dividend. In the 10 years before COVID, 100% of the increase in employment in the G7 countries can be explained by an increase in jobs going to those over 55. I think it's an extraordinary chart. It just shows you how healthy aging boosts the economy. The aging society story says old people are a burden. This says no, actually nearly all the growth in the G7 countries hasn't come from Silicon Valley. It's come from people aged over 55 working. Wow. So, of course, you've got to think, how do you support growth amongst those people aged over 55? It's something I'm trying to influence governments with. Of course, health, employment, and education are going to be key to maintaining that employment. But I've been asked to talk about the market potential. So I'm going to talk about the aging society, the longevity economy, as the world's largest emerging market. And there's quite a lot of work happening in this space. I have to say, some of it I sort of have some reservations about. So one of the stats you'll see is that older people are richer, which kind of makes sense. If wealth accumulates over time, older people tend to have more money. And if there's more older people, then there's a big market there, the silver dollar market. As a macroeconomist, I find that not that interesting, because it just says there used to be a big market here and now there's a big market there. It's not a new market, it's just the size of the market that's got people interested. I want to think about a longevity investment theme. And I want to identify 3 distinct markets. And the first I call an aging society market. There's more old people, there's the silver dollar, the grey economy, whatever you want to talk about it. We need products to help that market. And that's undoubtedly true, and as a business that's really important. And this says, let's think about the traditional needs of older people. There's more of them, let's meet them. So one of the statistics I often hear, which is a pretty distasteful one, is in Japan they now sell more adult diapers than children's diapers, which just reflects an aging society. But it's not a great revolution to me as a macroeconomist. That's not going to fuel GDP growth. And I don't think it has particularly interesting implications for firms, because if you're making baby diapers, I assume it's not terribly difficult to make adult diapers. So that doesn't seem that revolutionary to me. But if I focus not on an aging society, but on a longevity economy, there's 2 other segments that come in. The first is this reshaping of time, this creation of new stages and new ages with whole new financial needs. Because, for instance, if I've got to work till I'm 70, I need my skills upgraded when I'm 50. How do I do that? Where's the marketplace for that? So we're seeing a lot of growth in ed tech. We're also going to see very different financial needs, because I'm going to probably have to finance that retraining period. So I don't just need money for when I retire, I need it for before then. And if I'm working in my 70s, I have whole new risks that I'm going to deal with. And then the other market, which I think is the one that many of you in the audience will be addressing, is age malleability. How do I help the way in which people age? And I'm going to come back to some estimates later that this is an incredibly valuable market. Of course, all 3 of these markets are important, but with us living longer lives and more people reaching older ages, the most important thing is the quality of how we age. That said, let me come back to something about finance industry, just try and show this longevity investment theme. There was an aging society and there's a reshaping time. This is a chart I think is a very powerful chart. It shows you the distribution of deaths amongst UK males. Sorry for being so somber in a session about health. And if you think about it, if you just take the average of this is UK life expectancy. That's what life expectancy is measured at by most governments, the average age of death in any particular year. So you can see that it's shifting. There's an increase in life expectancy. But I want you to focus not so much on just the increase in life expectancy, but the skewness. It's gone from being roughly symmetric to having more on the right-hand side. So the median and the mode of age of death is now above the mean. I'm 55. I'm born in 1965. If you look at the data, and forgive me, I haven't got the chat open, so I can't see you at the moment. But the modal age of death when I was born in 1965 was 0. The most common age of death in 1965 in the UK was 0. And that's quite poignant to me, because I was a twin that actually lost my brother at birth. The modal age of death today is 87. That's the most common age of death in the UK. And you can see it increasing. So we're seeing a really big shift in what I call longevity insurance. There's a big new risk that is emerging. It's not just we're living for longer, but we're getting this right skewed distribution. And that means there's a new risk around the risk that I outlive my health, I outlive my assets, I outlive my skills and relationships and sense of purpose. And that longevity market is enormous, because we've got to make sure that doesn't happen. So longevity insurance, making sure we don't outlive the most important assets that define our life, is going to be huge. That, of course, has enormous implications for the financial sector, education, the leisure industry, which I've talked elsewhere, that will go from recreation to a recreation focus, and of course, pharma. But let me come back to this age malleability, this improvement in how we age. And I want to try and just share some results of some work I'm doing with Martin Ellison and an economist at Oxford, and David Sinclair at Harvard Medical School. And it's trying to put a value on improvements in how we age. And I want you to think about this as just the latest in a long historical cycle. The most valuable health contributions in society depend upon the age distribution of society and the distribution of diseases. So that meant that the most valuable health improvements in many countries was, and in some cases still is, improving infant mortality. But once most people started getting beyond those infant years, we saw a shift in the disease burden and in the population structure to middle age. We've made huge progress in the diseases of middle age. So now, of course, we have more and more people living older and are now facing the diseases that are age-related. So, of course, the next stage of this epidemiological transition is simply going to be throwing resources at trying to tackle those age-related illnesses. And what's interesting is there's some very distinct features to that I want to try and stress that comes out from this paper I'm working on. The first is that although life expectancy increases are valuable, the most important thing right now is to get healthy life expectancy the same as life expectancy. A total compression of morbidity is more valuable in the US than any further gains to life expectancy itself. Healthy aging is everything. But the other thing, which is in some sense kind of obvious, is the value of healthy aging increases with your age. The older you get, the more you value healthy aging. So society ages, this is just going to get more and more important. So when you play around with these health evaluation models, of course, what you find is if you can slow down aging, it has enormous benefit. Because, of course, it works in slowing down the incidence of several diseases, given how many diseases are age-related. It also leads to big gains, not just from aggregation, but because of synergies. Okay. If we can improve cancer, we still have other diseases. But if we can reduce age-related comorbidities, we value life much more because we're healthy on so many fronts. So we get a really interesting transition here. Every other health category that we've started to tackle as a country, once we eradicate infant mortality, we're then interested in the next stage. Aging is different. The better we get at aging, the more we're going to value further improvements in aging. There's a virtuous circle at work. As we get better, our health gets better, we value longevity more. As we increase longevity, we value health more. As we live to later life, we value improvements in aging all the more. And the gains are enormous. These are still a bit provisional, but the value to society today in achieving a 1% slowdown in aging in the United States, in present value terms, is $72 trillion. That's equivalent to 7% of GDP on an annuitized basis. There are staggering gains. In fact, for the first time ever in playing around with economic models, I came up with a number close to a quadrillion. If there's a 10% improvement in how we age today in the US, that's worth $719 trillion, or 0.7 quadrillion. So perhaps I should have put down the title of this, The Economics of Longevity, not the next $1 trillion industry, but the first $2 quadrillion industry. This is a huge market. It's beginning to emerge. Don't focus just upon more old people and the needs of an aging society. By far and away, the most valuable innovation is going to be products that improve how we age. That is a huge investment theme because, of course, we can focus on health and health products, but increasing around longevity, health is an output that has many different inputs, many of which lie outside the health sector, and many of which will depend upon the individual consumer themselves as a retail market rather than achieved through health system and health corporations. So I hope that's been helpful. I hope it's somewhat of a tour de force at a high level. If you're interested in finding out more, there's some details about my books and perhaps have time for a few questions. I'm not quite sure what the timing is, but if you'd like to email me, I can certainly pick up with you afterwards as well.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was a fantastic talk. We're running right on time, so I think we're going to have to put questions on ice. So is there any way for the audience to contact you with any questions if there were to be some follow-ups?
By all means, please just email me, ascott@london.edu.
Fantastic. Well, thanks again for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you. Bye then.
Bye. All right, so welcome back, everybody. So now we've got a really exciting panel for you guys, which I'm really excited to listen to. It's essentially on the subject of longevity for all, healthy longevity for all. Is this something that we should all expect from our governments, from society, from businesses? How can we all work together to try and provide the frameworks to give us this opportunity? And so the people that are talking today, we have a panel lead, Tina Woods, who's a social entrepreneur, author in preventative health and healthy longevity and open health data, AI. She's an expert in the field. She works with governments, policy leaders, entrepreneurs, business leaders, and is a huge contribution to the space. Along with Keith Comito, co-founder and president of Lifespan.io, Adrienne Berg, who's a director of Kitilis Institute and the Targeting Metabesity 2020 conference, Tonu Escu, who's a professor of human genomics, and then Mike Geer, my co-founder at Humanity. So guys, welcome. I'll hand it over to you guys, and Tina, why don't you kick things off?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So it's great to be here, and I'm so pleased we've got such great people from around the world. Actually, we've got the US and Estonia. We've got Britain. So that's fantastic. And so we've had a few brief introductions. I'm going to be chairing this panel, which is titled "Healthy Longevity for All." So this is really about looking at all the developments, and I know there's been a lot of discussion so far on this track, and I know Andrew Scott has just been on, who of course I know very, very well, who's been kind of setting the scene in terms of the demographic trends, the economic realities that are ahead of us with our our aging demographic. And so really this panel, what we're going to do is explore how we can extend healthy longevity. So that's high, good quality health, for a good, longer life, how we can extend that to everybody. So not just those who can afford to pay for it, but to really reach everybody. So so just a little bit of a word just on me. I wear a few hats. And I'll have to do my book plug first just to get that out of the way. But I've just published a book called Live Long with AI. Keith Comito was actually one of my experts, who I interviewed in the book. So it's great that he can be here. I have been working in the innovation space in healthy aging and longevity for the past, 3+ years now, wearing a few hats, working with UK research and innovation on the Healthy Aging Industrial Strategy Challenge Fund, doing quite a lot of work in data-driven tech with the public sector, so the NHS and academic health science networks, developing the whole ecosystem around safe and ethically applied AI and data-driven technologies, and also run as the Secretariat Director of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Longevity, which just published a strategy for 5 extra years of healthy life expectancy while minimizing health inequalities, which of course living through the whole COVID experience has really, really ignited attention on how we must do more for everyone in the world to keep, health is our greatest global international asset. So it's incumbent on all of us to really treat it like that. So I'll stop there, but the format of the event, and I really hope everyone will fire off questions. I mean, obviously we've got some questions ourselves, but we really want people, as they're listening to the different views in the panel, to fire off questions, and we'll try and get through those questions in the latter part of our hour. But we're going to start just so that our guests can each have a few minutes just to paint a picture of where their perspective is on this topic, healthy longevity for all. And but I think there's a few interesting experiences, and I think you'll find that there's a lot that unites all of us in terms of our vision for the world that we want to live in ahead. So I'm going to, now everyone I think probably knows, Michael, that I'm going to go in this order. So we'll have a few minutes, everyone can give their perspective. So I'm going to go with Michael, and then Adrienne, and then Keith, and then Tonu. So that's the order, and I'll let everyone describe where they're coming from, their role, etc., because they'll do a far better job than myself. So Michael, do you want to go first?
Yep, for sure. So I think just to give you like a brief background on me and Pete and Humanity, we came to caring about health much more, unfortunately, the way that many people in the world do, is when them or one of their loved ones kind of loses health, right? In my case, it was, a couple people close to me getting late stage cancer. What we found as we kind of went on that journey of figuring out, going from like helplessness and kind of anger, honestly, to then trying to do something about it, was that one of the greatest assets that science had around the world is data. And one of the topics that we're talking about. So what we found is that when we're looking for early detection or prevention, if we were able to actually tell everybody, monitor everybody, and then tell everybody how they were doing, moving towards or away from disease, that would actually give them an amazing tool to actually feel less helpless and actually do something about their health. As we went around the world, we found amazing people. Keith, who was doing such a amazing job with evangelism and actually funding projects around the world on Lifespan. Tonu was a director at one of the greatest biobanks. This longitudinal data set where you have real health outcomes of real people, and you're able to actually learn from that to find out what works and for who. And we found out that if we were able to get quicker access, if more people were able to get access to that data, all their tools for machine learning and everything else would actually very quickly save lives. And so that's one of our missions with humanity, is to actually focus on how can we, as a group, as a world, and in working with you, Tina, in the UK, how can we actually open up this data, preserve the privacy and the ownership of the data, but open it up so that we can start learning from it and saving lives from it. And so I think that's one of the greatest impacts we can all have, is to find out how to get there faster. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Michael. So Adrienne, we've had the chance to meet a few times recently with your wonderful MedObesity conference, and of course our most recent International Longevity Summit. But over to you, Adrienne.
Well, first of all, I'm the executive director of an institute, and the institute is called the Catalyst Institute, and it's taking the moonshot. The moonshot we call health span, or healthy longevity for all. And the for all is really what we're talking about, or I want to focus on today. But I've had a long history of working in the field of aging and seeing changes made. One of the things I've often said, and I've said it before to you, Tina, I'm very jealous of the UK because they do have a longevity national policy. We only have an aging policy. And to make biomarkers, to make technology, AI, available to all, we have to change that. And we have to change it into a longevity, serious national policy. But I've seen that happen. And my original background is as an elder law attorney. We started the first National Academy of Elder Law Attorneys, and there really was no such field. And what we're trying to do at the Catalyst Institute is bust silos and actually create what we would call a new field, a field of GERO science, social science, taking a look, of course, at our own personal behavioral science, and making this all happen with a particular message. The message is that longevity is our greatest asset, that there is such a thing as a longevity dividend, and everybody should be participating in it, financially and also healthfully. I'm going to finish with a big idea. One of the things that we had to do, and I've actually been on the Treasury Committee, I know you want to talk about Janet Yellen in a while, and I've worked with her, and I have a lot of insights there, on the Treasury Committee for Communication. Communicating to the American public certain things about how they should file their taxes, how they should save for retirement, what a mutual fund is. And we got through. And we got through because there was a particular message that I think applies to healthy longevity for all. And that is not curative, not prevention, which is what we deal with now. We're hoping to move the needle from curing to preventing the diseases of aging at the Catalyst Institute, but a third message, and that is risk management. And I'm going to make that very clear. I was listening to the Alzheimer's conference that you had, and a question was asked, why bother to have biomarkers with regard to Alzheimer's when you can't do anything about it? And the answer was great. The answer was because it allows us to manage the risk and to monitor how far we are going or preventing the next stage. Well, the insurance industry is known about risk management and who's interested in that and who isn't for centuries, since we had fire insurance for the first time with Benjamin Franklin. And we're hoping to remessage so that people want to use technology. They want to share the data. They want to learn their data. They want to go to biomarkers when they're financially available to everybody, so that doctors are not looking at a patient as a disease walking in the door, or even a healthy person walking in the door, but understanding that we're all on a risk spectrum or continuum. And if we can manage that risk, we will truly have healthy longevity for all. There are ways to get that message out and to show how it relates to technology. And that is a new thought, I think, for a new era and a tipping point in longevity and healthcare.
Thank you so much, Adrienne. And I love your point about risk management, because I think health is where climate change was 10 years ago. As a massive thing that we need to see as a massive risk to be managed, which will guide investment in money, etc. But
right.
we'll park that for the moment. But yes, so Keith, would you like to go next?
Sure. As mentioned, I'm president of Lifespan.io, which is a nonprofit raising funds and awareness for research aimed at extending healthy human lifespan. And as you mentioned, Tina, the current pandemic is really shining a light on the relationship between aging, public data, and disease. To start with, the current moment, COVID-19 is really highlighting the fact that we're currently missing a massive opportunity to save lives right now with health data that is already accessible. To give one example, recent work out of MIT was showing that a machine learning algorithm can detect COVID-19 even in asymptomatic carriers almost perfectly by just analyzing recordings of forced coughs. And follow-up discussions involved how hospitals could make their own apps and for better on-site testing, etc. But what if instead governments allocated some resources to improving algorithms like this to work on general speech, which in my opinion is very doable, and we had a health data repository system where people could submit data here easily in a privacy preserving way from just speaking on their phone for a few seconds. We could then detect COVID-19 hotspots at a population level and have an early warning system that could save lives right now. But, given that such a system is eminently doable, it hasn't happened. Why? And I think those are some of the questions that we're going to talk about here. Yeah. And keep in mind that this is just one example of just one biomarker. And imagine how much it would benefit the health of society if we could do something like this for a variety of biomarkers, not just disease specific, but for aging, which is at the root of all diseases. And given that, at Lifespan.io, we run the world's largest, crowdfunding platform and crowdsourcing platform for aging research. And from my background working on large-scale IT systems like video streaming platforms, it's very much on my mind, what are the bottlenecks here? Why doesn't this happen? And just to get a little bit technical, which we could talk about later, from digging into some of the healthcare repository systems, it looks like to me that there's at least, two major issues, which is one, a lack of standardization in terms of the data formats and how, the methods of analysis across various data formats and biomarkers. And two, a very, in my opinion, easy one to solve is a lack of interoperability between systems, between healthcare repositories, even at the government level. So one system might encrypt data, anonymize it using a certain method and certain parameters, and another system will do it in a completely different way. So that means the two systems can't talk to each other in a privacy preserving way, which is really kind of unfortunate and something that hopefully we can, fix very quickly if we have some sort of action with, in our case, with the new Biden administration, which is something I'm sure, Adrienne might want to talk about. But as far as a final point here is that I think one tactic that we might be able to try, in addition to trying to leverage concepts like the longevity dividend to make the value proposition to policymakers, is trying to do something with physiological biomarker data, because it's being collected ubiquitously and doesn't have a lot of the same issues as trying to standardize, actual blood-based biomarkers and such. And we might be able to get a really big public win there that's very visible and excites people on the value of biomarkers. So that's something I'm personally interested in.
Absolutely. So thanks so much. You've raised a couple of really interesting points, which I hope Tonu can actually talk about in terms of the experience of Estonia, because I know. But we'll come on to that in a second, because I think these are really, really interesting. So Tonu, over to you. Fantastic that you're here. I know you've had a busy week. But we're really interested to have a little bit more insight into where you're at with the Estonia Biobank. And obviously, I think quite a few of us have heard about, Estonia as being, the most digital country in the world. But you tell us what it's like from your side.
Yes, hello, and thanks for the invitation. And I'm glad to made it here. There were some hurdles on the way, but here I am. So my name is Tonovescu. I'm the professor of human genomics at the University of Tartu, but I'm also one of the senior directors for the Estonian Biobank, and my focus over the years has been to really dive into the genetics factor of that are affecting the human health, and how it plays a role, and how we could use the genetics to build preventive tools for healthcare. Because as my fellow speakers have hinted, in order to have a healthy life, we need to know prior what kind of risk factors are either in our behavior that we can measure to, for example, digital biomarkers or markers, but also what are inherently in our genome. And the bad news is to all of us is that we all have something bad in our genome. There is something wrong in all our genome. It's either affecting our risk for common diseases, it either affects our risk for how the medicines are working, or even like high impact mutation for diseases like Parkinson's or Alzheimer's or breast cancer and so on. So in Estonia, with the Estonian Biobank, which has 20% of the adult population integrated into the repository, we are really trying to build models using clinical risk factors, genetic risk factors, and come up with innovative models that we are, together with the Estonian government, integrating into the healthcare. So we already have thousands of participants receiving genetic risk information from their medical doctors. This is being used for targeted screening. For example, you go for a mammography screening in case of breast cancer risk based on your genetics and not really your age or gender. And the same is for building tools for using those in the, for example, prescription data. But on your question, if we really have the most digital society globally, that's my slogan for when I'm giving talks. But maybe some hints to that is that, for example, if you go to see a medical doctor and you get the prescription prescribed, it's always electronic. In fact, the joke is that there is only one doctor still doing paper prescriptions, but he's going to retire next year. And while it sounds anecdotal, I think it's literally like that. It's like all the prescriptions are electronic. We have nationwide electronic health records. So irregardless where you go and see a medical expert, this data is stored in a central database, shared using the government-provided ETA platform called Crossroad. So really the data interoperability and sharing in a secure environment is really the fundamentals for enabling really this type of innovation in healthcare. And this brings us back to how to live a healthy and long life is actually to understand oneself. So we know the risk factors and we know what behavior is bad. But also, I think it's crucial that the healthcare system is able to use those predictive, predictive values, either digital, behavioral, clinical, or genetics, on focusing on prevention and not just treatment, because it's orders easier and cheaper to prevent the disease rather than trying to treat it. So yeah, that's my short intro to Estonia, but I'm happy to extrapolate during the discussion on how this kind of systems could work and how other countries could maybe think in the same direction. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Tonio. And there's so many fascinating. I mean, I visited Estonia a couple of years ago with about 25 senior NHS leaders, and it was a fascinating trip. And I mean, I've got gazillions of questions. You know, we're fascinated by your model, and of course, but I think one of the big areas that we're looking at now, of course, is quote unquote non-health data for health. And of course, what you have in Estonia is you've got access to a lot of information resident outside the healthcare system as well at your disposal effectively. I mean, you know, social care, police records, school records, you know, all these different sources of information, which of course is fascinating in terms of, you know, the way forward, how we could harness that sort of data as well in government and et cetera. But listen, we'll stop there just for the moment. So we'll kind of go in now. I hope our listeners will be sending us some questions. I'm assuming, and this is just a question for the organizer. I just look at the question, the chat function to find those questions. But we'll kick off with a few that we have we wanted to sort of kick off with. So I you know, obviously there's going to be a heavy discussion element on just the situation in the U.S. because obviously we've got the new Biden administration coming in. Obviously the world is excited about the outward-looking focus that the Biden government will adopt. And the international piece, et cetera, et cetera. So of course we're very excited about what that will look like ahead. But I'm just going to throw a question because I think one of the big themes, and it's a big theme because we often talk about health and wealth being connected, health inequalities, income inequalities. You know, these are really the sort of lessons that are coming out of COVID. And I think it's really raising a question on our systems, you know, around the world, you know, China versus US versus, you know, EU, you know, all these sorts of things. And so I was just going to say, I just noticed an article in Wired, which has some really good health articles, actually. They talk about how the free market approach to the pandemic isn't working in the US. The US healthcare system has always been unequal, but COVID-19 has revealed it to be absurd, is its headline. So I was just, it's a, you know, obviously a bit of a shocker headline, as you would expect from Wire, but what do you think the Biden administration will bring to the whole thinking around fixing healthcare? And I say this, you know, I'm asking the question from the US perspective, but let me tell you, UK has a lot to fix as well. So you're not alone. So we are definitely kindred spirits in that sense. So I'm going to throw that question to both Keith and Adrian first. And I am interested in Adrian's view, having, you know, your experience in the Treasury Committee, because of course, you know, Janet Yellen, you know, she is well known for having a more interventionist sort of approach to market economics, etc. So just to, I'll start with Keith first, and then to Adrian, just to get a sense of what you think the Biden administration is going to bring, obviously, to this whole notion of, you know, healthy longevity for all.
Sure. Well, I think to set the stage there, COVID-19 really shows the weakness of just a purely market-driven system because, you know, for example, no private company is just going to eat the cost of, you know, stockpiling PPE or keeping, you know, 6 months of grocery foods, you know, on hand, right? So you need some sort of, you know, socialist aspect to cover some aspect of this. And obviously that has become a very, you know, polarized conversation in the US.
Word, isn't it? Socialist.
Yeah, of course, it's all about where you draw the line, which things are socialized, which things are privatized, right? But I think COVID-19 is showing that, you know, healthcare is one of those things that would have a lot of benefits from having a little bit of that socialistic aspect. For example, even if you had a single payer system, it would be a lot easier to administer. If we had post office banking, it would be easier to disperse stimulus checks, right? So that's sort of the backdrop. Now, as far as the current administration, obviously, there's hope that it will be more, at least science focused than the last administration. But, you know, I'm going to lean on Adrian to speak about Janet Yellen in particular. But I know that the word on the street is that the current slate of potential appointments is, you know, leaving something to be desired in the sense that it might be business as usual and not so much significant change. So I know that that's a worry. But one thing that Biden did say that gives us hope in his acceptance speech was he again underlined his desire to try to cure Alzheimer's and cancer. And I think that opens up a door for us to make a case where if we can marry these things to that mission, we might be able to get something through. So with that, I will kick to Adrian.
Hey, thank you, Keith. Adrian, over to you.
Okay. Well, I'm very hopeful on a variety of levels, and I think they're pretty practical, not naive and pie in the sky. First of all, one of the things that the Catalyst Institute has taken over is a major conference that you were involved with, Tina, and that Keith was wonderful in supporting as well. And that is called Metabesity, targeting Metabesity. So we are trying to actually get our government to understand that there are common causes of these diseases of cancer and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and they actually cause our decline in aging. Living long causes aging, but the decline in aging isn't necessary. So the reason we're feeling very hopeful and is that this particular year, 2020, a virtual conference, we had over 1,000 people, did have Congressman Raskin, at that time Congresswoman Donna Shalala, come and tell us, basically, with a shout out, that health span for all could become a national policy. And our job at the Catalyst Institute is to take this legislature and educate them, take our regulators and educate them on both sides of the aisle. So where do we feel optimistic? Number one, the Biden administration needs to appear moderate. This is exactly right. There are some that aren't, there are some that are in different directions, but they need to appear moderate, which means not having a scorched earth policy. That's true. But they come in with a very holistic view. And 4 things have happened. I'll go very quickly. One is COVID. We all know that it's focused the attention on the fact that we are not aging healthfully, and we have to lose our hubris that we're the #1 nation in the world in healthcare. We know we're not. Number 2, racial issues. Issues of longevity, inequality can also be married with coalitions and all the groups who are looking for racial equality in all areas, including financial. And we have to educate that there's also a health aspect here and a longevity aspect. We could fight together. Me too. 46 years old women working are our caregivers, and they get sick and they have to lose work. So we have a 3rd coalition that we could make. And as you said, Tina, the 4th one, and the Biden administration ran on this, is environmentalism. You cannot be healthy at any age if you're breathing lousy air. I'm going to be as very simple about that. So water quality may be the #1 issue in certain countries, but for us, it's air quality. And I'll finish by saying that on a personal level, I had the conference this morning, NGO on Aging for the United Nations. And we have the same moonshot, the moonshot for health span, healthy longevity. And both Janet Yellen and I think President Biden, but Janet Yellen, I know for sure, has a very global view. And so we have also the possibility now of a global
just so people
coalition.
know, Janet Yellen is the new Secretary of the Treasury, just so people know.
Right.
Yeah.
But she was the head of the Federal Reserve.
Yes.
And more importantly, she's my age and we're both from Brooklyn. So I can tell you that she looks at the big picture, and all of these things are going to be taken into consideration. And she's very empirical.
Yeah.
You don't need 5 million pages of a study to convince her which way the wind is blowing. She once said that I knew there was going to be a recession in 2008 because everybody in my neighborhood postponed their plastic surgery. So you have to know that she looks at what real people really do. Yeah. And that's the message going to be, what real people really do, and hoping that real people out there, their constituents who voted for them, will get our message.
Absolutely. So I know I'm going to ask a couple of questions related to. I know, Adrienne, you've been quite interested in obviously the work that we've been doing in the UK with the healthy aging sort of strategy work that we've been doing. But I'm going to ask, and there, obviously we've been through it. There are lots of things that we can share and learn from, and of course we've got a lot to learn from other countries. And I think this is where the international piece is so important. And that was a message that came out really loud and clear at this recent Healthy Longevity International Summit. But I'm just going to ask Tonu, actually, we know the US doesn't have technically a healthy longevity strategy. Obviously, they want to adopt one. Hopefully, the Biden administration will be the time to do it and get one underway. But Tonu, does Estonia have a strategy that sort of is in any way similar to what we're trying to do in the UK with 5 extra years of healthy life expectancy, what the US are looking to try and do. Does Estonia have anything similar to that?
Unfortunately, no. So we are, we don't have such broad agendas on accelerating, the longevity or similar. What we have is focusing on, implementing the personalized medicine on a broader scale, and through this personalized medicine angle, effect or having effect on the healthy lifespan, so to say. As I mentioned, those different prevention programs, trying to integrate, the collective health data more systematically into automated decision engines. But we don't have any longevity programs as such.
Okay, so I've got a few questions, I guess to probe in a bit more detail, because really what it was, certainly from the UK perspective, and this is the real lesson coming out of COVID. I mean, our whole focus is very much on, seeing health as our greatest asset. We need to do more to protect it. We need to invest more in the preventative side of things to build up our health resilience to not only just COVID, but future pandemic risks. Because what we're seeing, of course, and the data is bearing this out, is that if you are overweight, if you're obese, if you've got, heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, these obviously put you at much greater risk to COVID. And of course, all those diseases are linked by an underlying process, the aging process that we're talking about before, which is why they cluster, around this, the meta-obesity type, sort of thinking. So in Estonia, where would you say you sit on the prevention spectrum? Because you talk a lot about using, your obviously your genomics and healthcare data, but how much focus do you have on actually keeping healthy and well as a society? And where is your strategy around that?
I would say that's a big gap, not in Estonia, but I would say most of the countries worldwide, is that it's from the healthcare budget only roughly 1% goes for prevention, where actually it should be much higher. And it's not just like the state of printing leaflets and distributing, but really having actionable programs. I know that in UK that there are programs to support quitting smoking, and you will get the different advanced solutions or pills from pharmacy for free to actually having an impact. And in Estonia, definitely we are lagging on those support groups, or in a way to how to focusing on the prevention side. But actually we in the biobank and in general, we are hoping that actually bringing in a way quite advanced tool, the genomics to healthcare. It actually, and while it's complex, it's a very simple data format. It's if you have a genome file, it's basically all files look the same. Whereas the health data, or if you go into deeper like wearables, or this behavioral or societal data that Tina mentioned before, this is highly complex. So we are actually hoping that using the very structured and in a way easy and informative data type of genomics, actually to bring all the other data sets on a higher level as well, because that's a main problem in healthcare, or if you think on a health specific and even more broadly, is actually the data is can be like in whatever format, so to say. It's like it's definitely true for in America, where all the different healthcare providers don't just have a different software providers, but they all have the data in whatever 3 zillion different ways recorded, and it's impossible to have this interoperability, quality control, taking your health data to some other system. So actually, and then kind of surfing on the backbone of genomics, we actually hope in Estonia also get the general doctor's notes and general healthcare information more structured. So it's already easy, but it's not in a level that we could throw, for example, artificial intelligence-based advanced algorithms on the data, and so that it's, your health is systematically screened, so to say, and if there is something problematic, your medical doctor get noticed, and then you get some kind of notice yourself. So yeah, to conclude, not a lot of these on prevention side, but we hope to use the genomics as a tool to have more prevention focused healthcare in Estonia, and that will lead quite obviously for more healthy lived years and longer lifespan as well. But it's like a long-term plan anyway.
Okay, so it sounds like, yes, we all agree that we need to put more resources and investment in prevention. Estonia is looking at the genomic side because it's in a sense it's easier to deal with in terms of the data piece. We know that getting access to data, because I remember when I visited Estonia a couple of years ago, there was a lot of talk, well getting, a lot of the health records aren't digitized, for example. So you have the same problems that we have in the UK and the US in terms of what we call fair data, which is findable, accessible, reusable, etc. Because getting your hands on the right data is often the biggest part of the problem in a format that machines can read. So it sounds like Estonia are obviously in that place as well, but the genomic side gives us the opportunity to then, take the thinking about to move into the other areas. Does that sum it up?
Yes, I think it's a nice and clear summary.
No, I just want to be sure, because I think this is what we're grappling with, and I'm going to go into a little bit more of the nitty-gritty data stuff, and I'm going to bring Michael in here at this point, because we in the UK, we are literally, the deadline was today, but it's been extended for another week, where we are literally in the moment of, we have a national data strategy consultation process underway. What do we do with our government data? What are some of in terms of future-proofing it, making more use of our data, which we have to say, data is the most valuable resource in the world, and it only gets more valuable the more it's connected. And I think, so with that in mind, there's been a lot of work thinking about, well, how can we leverage that data more? So Michael, I'm just going to throw the next question to you, because I know you and I have been in the throes of doing this as well together. But how can we leverage data, recognizing it is tough? Yes, we have some data that's digital. Obviously, genomics data is in some ways the easier bit because it's digital. We can deal with it. We've got a lot of healthcare information, certainly in the UK and elsewhere, like in the US, that just isn't even digitized yet. We've then got all this non-health data, which is extremely valuable in terms of understanding our health status. So what are some of the solutions that we can look at if we're looking at the UK data strategy, which takes lessons from Estonia? Perhaps we can help our colleagues in the US as well.
Yeah, I think, it might be a little bit provocative, but I think it's important to kind of say that a lot of times, so there's two things, and as you rightly say, like the data is very valuable, but people that can actually learn from the data are very valuable too. And like each of our countries has millions of them, right? And so what unfortunately happens usually is, even when we have the data, which we have a lot of that's digitized, there was great things done with, like, 21st century, Cures Act and other stuff in the US, that kind of, a lot of stuff has actually been digitized. But what happens is the access to that data is kind of divvied out on a, fill out this application. If you're from Oxford, if you're from this place, if you're from Stanford, then you can get direct access, and then it ends up being kind of 10 people, very, very smart, very experienced people, but 10 people in a room trying to do something with this data, right? And so we kind of have to, that's a huge blocker to innovation. The internet was not built by 1,000 people, it's built by millions of people, right? And so that same thing needs to be with the data. And so if you could come up with a way, which has already been come up with, that preserve the privacy and ownership of that data, and allow almost anybody, really anybody in the world, to basically model and learn from that data, you would have a headline, every 3 seconds coming out, like so-and-so in their living room just figured out how to save another 2,000 lives. This person just came up with an algorithm that saves another million. What you have, unfortunately, today is you kind of have, like, AstraZeneca does this thing, and then like a couple months later you have the next thing, because it's very much divvied out and kind of gatekeeper-ish still in our thinking, and rightly so, because we haven't set up the systems to actually keep the privacy and ownership of that data secure. So we have to vet very hard for people to come in and actually model on it, right? And so I think one of the things that you'll see, and the good news is we're already starting to do this, right? So you have like, Genomics England with, Maria, who runs LifeBit, great company, has started to set up frameworks where at least the federated learning, so the data stays in the same place, it doesn't move, and you're actually able to model across these disparate data sets. Those kind of structures are already in place. What needs to kind of be added in is a little bit more security, checking to see that, actually raw data is not coming out of those data sets once the local modeling has been done. And so if you look at Google and a couple other companies do this internally, they basically, why is predictive text amazing or pretty amazing compared to like 10 years ago, is because of this. They've basically been modeling across every single person's Android phone without any of that data ever leaving the Android phone, right? And so we have enough data. I guess the provocative thing is, today on Earth, we have enough data digitized. It's clean enough that we actually could be saving millions of lives every day. What we need to do, one big thing we need to do, is stop kind of looking to those 10 people and actually think about infrastructure-wise, how do we actually open up access to everybody to start modeling and start learning from that data? Because we can't actually dream up. Sorry?
I'm going to get to Keith in a sec. I know he's desperate to say.
Sorry. So last point on that, one of the things that was actually part of this, UK, data strategy that we've been, working on together, Tina. One of the things is get the data to where it needs to go. But inherent in that was the idea that any of us within the UK government or us kind of, giving our suggestions actually know where the data needs to go. That we don't. What we need to do is actually open it up so that everybody can actually start learning from the data while we still preserve the privacy of it. And the technology exists, and it's, it's not that expensive. And so kind of to Keith's point earlier, there's things we know we need to do. I guess the question is, why aren't we doing them? And I think the answer comes to, we just need to actually have these suggestions, very concrete suggestions given, and these examples like Genomics England and others start to actually pave the way to us doing it everywhere.
So Keith, over to you.
Yeah, so basically a big second to everything that Michael just said. But to put a fine point of it, I think when you're looking at large systems like this that can be very complex, I think it's very useful both from getting results and also tactically to get buy-in, to try to isolate the smallest things that you can do now and iterate up from that. So based on what Mike was just saying, that COVID example that I gave earlier, once the machine learning algorithm is made, it could be deployed on the devices themselves and not require any data sharing whatsoever. So everyone can have a COVID detector on their phone without needing to share their data to the cloud or anything, and avoiding all of those privacy issues. That could happen right now. So that's just one example. But as far as something that does involve data sharing, even without worrying about really standardizing data formats, there's a lot we can do right now by just considering everything as a black box and just letting them talk to each other. One concrete example, it would be technically easy, maybe not politically, to do right now, which is, say I register a clinical trial with the unique IDs of my participants, right? And through some public-private partnership, the government database can talk to Apple, right? And Apple's phones have the physiological, 6-minute walk data or whatever. It could automatically be the case that when you're doing a trial, the researcher could get an alert that says, hey, by the way, did you know that 80% of your trial participants, their walking gait speed has, decreased by 20%? You might want to look into that. All of that could happen right now without even worrying about like very sophisticated, data alignment. It's literally just getting the systems to talk to each other and considering them as a black box. We could do that right now.
So what's stopping us then?
Well,
I think it's literally just. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to say one thing?
No, go ahead.
Keith,
I was just going to say.
Ahead, Keith.
Yes, and then we'll move to Adrian.
Yeah, purely there's political things that I'm sure Adrian can talk to you, but technologically, really not much. The only thing that would need to happen is the government would need to say, hey, we're going to use this particular way, these 3 bits of health data, use this method to encrypt the unique key. If you want to be a public-private partnership, just make sure you gather the, first name, last name, social security, whatever, and use this same de-anonymization algorithm so that our systems can talk to each other anonymously. That's it. It's really, and any system could buy into it later as long as they're collecting whatever the data points, the government says you got to have these to be able to do that process. That's it.
Adrienne.
Yeah, so, well, again, as Keith said, on a more legalistic point of view, one of the things that is we have a big breakthrough in our conference. One of our keynoters, aside from Lord Filkin, who gave the point of view of what's going on in all-party parliamentary group, Tina, was Dr. Victor Zhao, who is the head of our American Medical Academy. And they have a contest. The contest is for longevity information, longevity innovation, and they announced the winners. And certainly the issues of data collection, use of data is really being featured. So we now have a medical profession that is realizing the value of this data. So that's one big breakthrough and one reason why maybe there wasn't this acceptance, because the medical profession, our own GPs, our surgeons, were not involved with this. They saw it as something separate from what would be useful to them. So that's number one. Number two, we have a breakthrough here that we could talk about very quickly. HIPAA. Now, HIPAA is, people don't know what that stands for. The average person, they sign their HIPAA form allowing information to go only to their husband or their significant other, because privacy and issues of privacy are very misunderstood by our public. And HIPAA stands for Health Information, which is your personal private information, privacy, and here's what we forget, and Portability Act. There's two P's in HIPAA. It's not just a Privacy Act, it's a Portability Act. That's the legislation that we could look at to see who can see your data. How portable is it? Can we use what Keith is saying to extrapolate, not to share the data, but the findings from the data, which is not personal to you, in a secure way? This is very possible. And I also wanted to tell you, too, that the Catalyst Institute is trying to move the needle on taking that moonshot. And we're very aware that it's not all national policy we need. We also need statewide policy. So even the way HIPAA and other of our rules about aging, longevity, technology is shared is not entirely national. So one of the things I don't want to lose sight of is that we have a governor's convention too. And we need to present these 22nd century ideas about data to 20th century minds. And we're hoping to do that as well.
So you raised a very, very good point. I mean, one of the biggest challenges is about changing mindsets and ways of doing things. I mean, that in a sense is one of our biggest barriers. So, I mean, I'm fascinated by, system change. To really affect system change, there's some, technology, as we know, is not the problem. It's actually changing the system. So there's a lot of, we know there's a lot of vested interests that are quite happy to stay with the status quo. There's a lot of money to be made in chronic diseases, and hospitals make a lot of money. And, the metrics of how we the whole way in which our systems work, so that needs to be dismantled. So there's a lot that needs to be dismantled to make things work in a way to change the focus from cure to prevention. But so this is around the behavior, the sort of the policy piece around behavioral change. So it's not just the general public, it's about our leaders, it's about education. There's some really, really big things to tackle. So Adrienne, do you want to comment on that? Because I know that's a particular interest of yours. And how are you going to, what are the tools out of your toolbox that you're going to wield, when you're, faced with these gigantic tasks?
Well, one is messaging. We feel that we don't even need to go from curing as a focus to prevention as a focus. We'd like to go from curing to risk maintenance as a focus, because it's realistic and people understand it and will embrace it. We want to also get that message out to our medical profession, that risk management is something that's their responsibility. And we want to also bring the idea that wellness, which is a whole other industry, and it's an industry for wealthy people, wealthy consumers right now, the way it is really part of this too. And that if they can democratize what they have to offer, it's going to be very, very useful. So that's one tool. The other tool is personal behavior, and that's the one I'm going to say a minute or two. We can have all the data, we can have all the biomarkers, you can have all the data about your own health, and if you go and have a huge cheeseburger with bacon and chips, what are we going to do about it? So we know that obesity, diabetes, all these things are indices of unsuccessful aging and cost us a ton of money in caregiving and in health and family health. So we really do want to affect the way people think about their own behaviors. And there are a lot of ways of doing it. Incentivizing is one of them. I just came back from a supermarket. It's called Vons in California. They give you $10 if you take a flu shot. Hello. They give you $10 off off your food bill. Yeah. So there are multiple ways of doing this. There are ways of becoming blue zones. I love gamification. I've spoken a lot at the World Future Society about gamifying our health. And I've worked with companies that I've helped gamify what's really cognitive health exercises, particularly with younger people. They love to have games among their friends, private. They're willing to give out their information on a limited basis to people they know to see who did better. So that's a tool. Yeah. And it really does work. So we have to think in terms of personal behaviors. And last but not least, we have to get and I'm working with the United Nations on this one, get the idea of the longevity dividend really accepted. Mm-hmm. It is cheaper. We'll have more money for other things. We'll have better health, but we'll also have more money personally and nationally. 18% of our GNP goes to healthcare. And it doesn't, and as you would say in England, it's not value for money. So we're looking for value for money and more money. And there is such a thing as a longevity dividend, very easy to quantify. And the MedObesity Conference has that message, and so does the Catalyst Institute.
Fantastic. I'm going to let Keith just make a quick comment, and then I'm going to go to Tonu and Michael to kind of close around this open repository idea that I know we want to talk about as well. Keith, I know gaming is also your bag.
Well, this is actually something that we're working on right now. Is aside from all of the health data, there are things that we can do with just sort of like math data to create a gamification angle to excite the public. This ties into the longevity dividend. For example, can any of you right now tell me if you're chronologically 41 years old, but because of doing whatever, you're biologically 39 years old, you're 2 years younger, how would that affect the trajectory of your life, both health-wise and, your average healthcare cost if you're an American citizen? Can you answer that question? Nobody can. If you could really display that in a very exciting way, that's a great way to incentivize people to go, well, if I make these slight differences and tweak my life just a little bit, it's going to have a massive effect on my life. And that's the same is true for the societal level, which is what Andrew Scott, I'm sure, was talking about, right? So I think there are low-hanging fruit that we can do right now to really make it like exciting and to really make people understand what the impact will actually be, both on all of society and on themselves, and use that as a motivating angle. Yeah.
And I think the incentives, we're seeing a lot of really innovative programs coming out of the insurance industry, and so there's a lot there as well. But I'm going to we only have 5 minutes left, so I just wanted to bring in Tonu and Michael in again. So Tonu, I tried to do a little bit of background reading on what you've been doing in Estonia, and I was fascinated to see some of your work on exposome powered tools for healthy living in urban settings, the interplay of health and education inequalities. So this whole wider concept of the wider determinants of health, on our health. So I wanted just to ask you a little bit about your experience with that, and what we can, and what are the sorts of, I guess, the key market information from these wider exposures that we should be thinking about in terms of healthy longevity. Because in speaking to the healthy longevity community, there's a lot of talk about creating an open repository for aging biomarkers that will enable us. And there are key ones that we know just need to be in there. There's like gait analysis, all those. There are key elements that need to be in this place. So I'm just wondering whether that's something that's figured into your thinking at all. And then Michael, perhaps you can comment on that, this open repository idea, and looking at this as an opportunity for wider international collaboration. So Tonu, you go first.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thanks. So I'm kind of trying to get my hands to all type of data that possible, because in the modern age, you actually don't know what you don't know. You don't know which type of markers, biomarkers, digital markers, environmental markers could actually give some kind of hints that you could use to build the different models. And yeah, indeed, those two projects, in the exposome projects, we are focusing both on the on internal biomarkers, like let's say some different blood parameters or genetics, but then we're also focusing the external biomarkers, and this is like pollution, light. Do we live in the countryside or in the city? Do we have a private home, or we are living in a flat? So this actually all contributes in a way how we are living. It's maybe not about how but it also all those nanoparticles in air could have impacts on for example cancer risk, and there is a lot of research in early childhood traumas on different traumas, like that could affect on your behavior later in life. So there's a lot of data, and I think there should be more open data that like Mike and Pete with their humanity. There needs to be platforms where the data is shared and open for mining, because otherwise how we come up with innovative ways, innovative products and services. So that's my take on the open data stuff.
Excellent. Michael, do you want to, we've only got sort of a couple of minutes left. Do you want to comment on that, this big idea for the future, and then I'll just quickly go around for any other big ideas for the future for international collaboration.
Sure. Yeah, and I think probably to concentrate on, it's kind of a combination of what Tonu, Adrian, and Keith kind of touched on in the last 10 minutes. I think we talked about it earlier, just like getting access to more people to be equal access, right? I think humanity is one example, but there's many other examples where you can build on top of these data sets, and then you bring that directly to people. Adrian gave the example of, also your local pharmacies, and, everybody kind of getting into this, the distribution game of health, right?
Yeah.
And so you can, if you have the open data, you open it up to millions more people, you have more humanities, you have more people that are building on top of it, but both large and small businesses, they are the ones that can make it into the communities. They're the ones that can, make it over the top, as we call it in the consumer industry. Like you jump over the kind of normal distribution, which for medical is, hospitals and doctors. You can go direct to people and bring them, especially in preventive health, you can bring preventive health directly to people. And I think that's what we're talking about here. When we're talking about equality, part of equality is ease of access to the actual preventative, intervention. And I think that only can come from opening it up to more people to build on top of it and bring that into their own communities in many cases. And so I think that's what we're looking to do. And it's awesome to see, this panel and other people kind of taking big strides in that direction.
So healthy longevity for all, here we come. And I can see Pete is on the line, so I guess we're going to be kicked out now.
Yeah, I mean, you guys were literally a model panel. I can't think of a better running one than I've seen like that today. So well done, everybody. I just want to thank Tina, Keith, Adrienne, Tonu, and Michael for giving up their precious time this evening and this afternoon, depending on where you are, to join us today. That was terrific. And we look forward to continuing the debate beyond this session. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. Thanks, Tonu. Thanks, Keith.
Thank you.
Hello, Giant Health, and thanks to Peter and Mike of Humanity for inviting me to speak today. I'm Sonia Arison, and the talk I'm going to give today is based on my best-selling book, 100 Plus, How the Coming Age of Longevity Will Change Everything, from Careers and Relationships to Family and Faith. I wrote this book, so I'm an author, but I'm also an investor. I spend most of my time these days investing in longevity companies through my company, 100 Plus Capital. I also advise larger firms here in Silicon Valley like Felicis Ventures on their longevity projects. And I also spend time with nonprofits focused on longevity. You can see a theme here. I'm on the boards of the Thiel Foundation and the Foresight Institute. So I'm very focused on longevity. And with that, let's start the talk. I always like to start my talk with a personal story. This is a photograph of my grandfather, Ralph Arison, who lived to be 103 years old. Everybody in my family looked up to him as he ate well, he exercised every day. He was born in 1913, the same year that vitamins A and D were discovered. Vitamin C wouldn't be isolated until 15 years later. He grew up with, without indoor plumbing, and the world was a lot different then. But he was always optimistic and always cared about his health, and those things were really important and really motivating for our family. This photo here on the slide was taken of him and my aunt Susan when they were horseback riding in his mid-90s. It was around the same time that this photo was taken that he called me and told me that he was planning on going to climb Mount Kilimanjaro, which I thought was pretty ambitious. Eventually, his doctors talked him out of it, and he didn't go, thank goodness, because I think it's a pretty tough climb for most people, even when they're at their prime. So he was ambitious, but he wasn't rare. There's the ranks of centenarians, people over 100 years old, have been growing. This is a small snapshot in time for over 40 years. From 1980, you can see and this is US data. So in 1980, there were 32,000 centenarians in the United States. By 2020, that number had grown to 90,000. Back in 1900, it's estimated that there were 15,000 centenarians, only 15,000 in the United States, and that by 2050, there'll be 600,000 centenarians in the United States. Now that's based on current technology today. And we all know that technology doesn't stay the same. It keeps growing. It's not static, it's dynamic. And so where will we be by 2050? It's a good question. I think probably higher than the estimates are putting us. But before we think about the future, let's take a look at our history. Now, this slide is, I think showcases one of humanity's greatest accomplishments of all time, and that's the extension of average life expectancy. So you can see in the Cro-Magnon era, people could expect to live to about 18 years old. By the time of the European Renaissance, you could expect to live to 30. By 1850s America, you would expect to live to 43. And in America today, we expect to live to around 80. And of course, America is not at the top. We're about 45th in global rankings. So there's other countries that are doing much better than we are. But this is pretty good news. I mean, from 18 to 80 is not bad. And now some people might look at this and say, oh, well, this is somewhat misleading because, in the beginning, I mean, the reason why these numbers were going up is because we figured out nutrition and sanitation and, germ theory and, and all of that is quite true. Those were low-hanging fruit that we were able to take advantage of. And then things got tougher. Then we had battle. So those were the things that killed us at the beginning of life were infectious diseases and not having enough to eat and being eaten by animals and things like that. But then later on, as we progress through history, many of the things outside of the pandemic, I realize that we're in the middle of a pandemic right now. And there's so much good news on how scientists have rallied around trying to fight that as well. But, if you look at the reason why the line keeps going up in the latter part of this graph in the second half of the 20th century, it's because we got better at fighting the diseases of aging. We got better at fighting heart disease and cancer and diabetes. And now while we haven't conquered any of those things yet, we're making progress. And we're not only expanding life expectancy, but we're expanding health expectancy. And that is probably like much more important actually than life expectancy. We want to be healthier for a longer period of time. I think that's the goal for most of us. And so this line is going to continue to go up over time. And one of the reasons is that because biology has become an engineering project. Just like computers are built on ones and zeros, the human body, so too, is built on a code, the ACT and G of DNA. And, you know, I first got interested in this field back in 2003. I went over to a friend's house, somebody who was a very sophisticated hacker. And I was looking around his apartment, and he had all these introduction to biology books all over his apartment. And I remember thinking, this is odd. Like, are you, what is this? Is this, are you getting ready for a career change? And he just kind of looked at me and was like, no. He's like, are you kidding me? He's like, today I'm hacking computers. Tomorrow I'm going to be hacking biology. And that was just sort of an aha moment where I was like, wow, yeah. I mean, maybe I should think about this a little harder. And then I went back and took a look and, you know, discovered all these new technologies and new breakthroughs. And, you know, if you look, so 3 years before that, in the year 2000, the first draft of the human genome had been sequenced. And that was really what got my friend's attention, because suddenly, you know, Bill Clinton and Tony Blair got on stage and announced that they had the code for life, which was very dramatic. And I think raised expectations a little high. Because if you think about what happened afterwards, everybody got so excited about this, about genomics, and, you know, like now we can read the human code, and now we can start writing it, and wow, we can really take charge of our evolution. And those were the immediate expectations. And I remember reading an article in 2010, 10 years after the first draft of the human genome had been sequenced. And the New York Times had written an article saying, you know, it's been 10 years since the genome's been sequenced. And like, what therapies do we have? What do we have? Like, maybe this genome thing doesn't matter. Maybe it's just all, you know, just data that we don't really need. And that was, of course, the wrong conclusion to take. What they should have written the article about was, you know, how expensive it was. You know, it cost $2.7 billion to sequence the first draft of the human genome. And then, you know, if you look at this chart here, you can see that in 2001, it was down to a mere 100 million. And then, you know, by 2007, we were looking at 10 million for a single human genome. But that's expensive. What are you going to, how many people are going to be able to work on that when it's so expensive? The answer is very, very few. And when you don't have very many people working on something, you're not going to get a lot of breakthroughs. And so that was the answer to the New York Times question, is why we have this code to human beings. How come we haven't done very much with it, right? But you can see that it got cheaper and cheaper over time. It was, you know, it was moving faster than Moore's law. It's a steeper drop there if you take a look. And so by about 2017, we're close to down to like $1,000 to sequence a human genome. And that finally got to the point where a number of researchers could get involved and start doing something, doing serious research with the human genome and disease. And so once you can, and so that's reading the genome. Once you can read the genome, then what do you do next? You get to start writing it. And how do you write it? Gene therapy, CRISPR editing, all the different sort of gene edits. And so that's what researchers are starting to work on now. And so I predict that in another 10 years, if we take 10 years from 2017 and we're looking at 2027, that article will be written much differently. And they'll be saying, wow, now we have some real therapies that have significantly changed the world and radically changed the course of human health, which is very exciting, and you know, why I'm so happy to be involved in this area, and happy that all of you are interested in this area as well. So aside from gene therapy and gene editing and changing human code, what other technologies are out there to help human beings live longer and healthier lives? I mean, one of the things I got really excited about, why there's a slide here, is tissue engineering and regenerative medicine, the ability to grow brand new human organs in the lab. So human tracheas, windpipes, and bladders have been grown. Tracheas and bladders have been grown for real human beings out of their own cells and surgically implanted in them, and have been successful. And so that, and that's just the beginning. Hearts and lungs have been grown in the lab. They haven't made it into humans yet, it's actually unclear whether or not the whole organ will make it. It's because now researchers are working on just injecting the stem cells and seeing if they can repair it without surgery. And so there's a lot of different really interesting work going on. And then, of course, I'm sure everybody on this at this conference is aware of senolytics and this whole area that's looking to remove old cells from our bodies that might be causing inflammation and aging to go faster. So, and then of course there's AI to help us with drug development and different proteins that can help with body repair. And so there's a lot of really interesting, really exciting developments right now. And, despite the fact that we're in the middle of this COVID crisis, there's a lot to be optimistic about. And even during the crisis, as a longevity and biotech investor, I've seen so much activity and positivity and real progress. And so it hasn't stopped. And I think there's good reason to be optimistic about the future. And that leads us to the next question, is the so what question. Okay, so what? What if we can, roughly double our life expectancy? What if we could live to be 150 in a healthy state rather than, just 80 years old? How would that change the world? So I tried to answer that question in my book, 100 Plus. And the way I went about trying to answer it was saying, look, we've already done this before. We've already roughly doubled life expectancy. Let's go back in time and see how that's affected the world. How has it changed things? And one of the obviously big areas that it's changed is the economy and wealth generation. And so you can see here, there's been a lot of studies done about gains in life expectancy, which were 30 years over the last century, are worth over 1.2 million per person to the current population. From 1970 to 2000, gains in life expectancy, which were 5 years, added about 3.2 trillion per year to national wealth. There's been other studies, there's competitive advantages to being healthy. It's clear that, it was always clear that wealth begat health. But it wasn't until recently that scholars started realizing that health begets wealth. It goes the other way around too. And so the healthier a population is, the better off the economy does. That just makes sense, of course. But it hadn't really been the subject of serious research until fairly recently. There's another study that was done that shows that if you have two economies that are roughly the same type of economy, but one country has a 5-year life expectancy advantage, that economy will grow 0.5% faster than the other economy. Now, maybe that doesn't sound like much, but when you have like average annual growth rates of like 1 to 2%, 0.5 is actually a pretty big boost. And so that could be a serious competitive advantage to have healthier, longer lived society. So it definitely should be a goal of every government who's thinking about these issues and healthcare in general. And then related to that is innovation. So you can see here, Leonardo da Vinci was 51 when he painted the Mona Lisa. Innovation is a late peak field. What that means is that people tend to peak at their sort of most innovative at around 40 years old, and then it starts to decline from there. And one of the reasons scholars who study this area posit that one of the reasons that innovation tends to decline after age 40 is that's when health starts to decline. And so you can wonder, we can think about, if we could extend health spans so that people were healthier for longer periods of time, would that extend innovation? And if it extends innovation, that would obviously extend wealth creation as well. So yeah, I mean, and it also makes sense that the longer you can be alive and healthy, the more chance you have to be innovative, because the more time you have to discover, one field, look at something over here, and then discover a completely unrelated field over here, and then bring them both together into a brand new idea. And that's often how innovations happen. So that's another of the benefits that I think that we'll see. Ben Franklin was 46 when he did his kite experiment, and he was 78 when he invented bifocals. And so he was a pretty healthy guy. And so we should all be that lucky. Education gains. The longer we live, the more likely we are to get more education. Now, this is just a slide based on high school. But it's not just that the wealthier we become, the more we can afford school, although that is some of it. But it's also that the longer we're alive, the more an investment in education makes sense. So the longer you're alive, the more time you have to enjoy the work you've put in, the education that you've got, and the more time you have to benefit from the education you've gotten, which is why as we live longer, we tend to get more education, not just high school, but higher education as well. And so as people live longer, education demands will grow. And so education will be a high growth field in the future. Marriage. So yes, today the age at first marriage is 29 years for men and 27 years for women, which is up from 23 and 20 back in 1950. As people have lived longer, they've started to wait a little bit longer to start families. There was this funny little quote here: "If we can live to be 150 years until death do us part, might be too long." Some people have, talked about sunset clauses on marriages and all of these kind of things. But I think one of the things that really kind of drives the age at first marriage is fertility. And so that gets to the next slide, which is, about families and older moms in particular, although older parents are generally becoming a thing now because of reproductive technologies. You can see the average age of first-time mothers in America has increased over the last 4.5 decades, from 21.4 to 26.6 years. But more importantly, the proportion of first births to women aged 35 years and older has increased 9-fold since 1970. So there's demand for women from women to have children later and later, and fertility technologies and reproductive technologies are helping them do this, and arguably are moving faster than some of the life extension technologies, and which some people see as a bit of a problem. So to the extent that women can push off childbearing, that will likely push out the age of marriage. And so the two are obviously tightly connected. Also on this point, we can think about what the families of the future might look like. If you live to 150, say, and you could have children, in a healthful way later when you're like 70 years old or something like that. You could imagine a world where women have children when they're 30, and then they have children again when they're 60. And so you'd have siblings that have these huge gaps in between them, which would be unusual and different. And that would sort of change the nature of the family and change the face of the family and increase the possibility for diversity of different types of families. And so I think that the families of the future are going to look a lot different because of health extension and fertility extension. Religion. This was the most interesting chapter for me of my book, 100 Plus, because my idea for what would happen was completely wrong. I started off the chapter with the theory that as we can live longer and get further and further away from death, then maybe we won't care about religion as much anymore. You know, we're further away from death, we're further away from meeting God, and so you know, maybe religion just sort of starts to wither away over time. That was my theory. And when I dug into the data and started looking at all of it and talking to religious scholars, it turned out that I was completely wrong, and that religiosity has stayed at a pretty steady 90%, with the exception of Western Europe. And there's other theories that are unrelated to life extension for why Western Europe, why religion has decreased so dramatically in Western Europe. But aside from Western Europe exceptionalism, religion has stayed pretty steady and high across the entire globe. You know, and then other exceptions, of course, are communist regimes where it's been outlawed, but then as soon as the communist regime falls or it gets more lenient, the religiosity pops up again. And so this was really surprising to me. This was not what I expected to find. And so I spent some serious time talking with scholars in this area. And, you know, one of them pointed out to me that, you know, he said, "Hey, Sonia," he's like, "I think that you're just thinking about religion all wrong." He said, "You know, religion is more than just about the afterlife. In fact, that's kind of a small part of religion. Religion is really about how you live your life. What is the good life? What is the way you should be living your life? And so religion is a guide to life." And he said, if you look at it from that perspective, you know, the religions that spend a lot of their time thinking about what the good life is and trying to advise their clients on how to live a good life are going to do well. And the religions that focus on, you know, just the afterlife and punishment and all of those things those will fade away. And so there will be some sort of churn in the religious world, but it's not the kind of churn that I had envisioned, or it was not the kind of change that I had envisioned. So I found that fascinating and convincing that the longer we're alive, the more guidance we will need for how to live a good life. Population. This is one of the topics I think that springs to most people's minds when they think about people living a long time. The first thing they think is, oh, wow, well, maybe the world will become overpopulated because people just won't be dying at the same rates that they were before, and maybe we'll, you know, have real resource problems. And it turns out that that's not quite right. You can see here for the world population growth rates, the growth rates are tanking. And that by the year 2050, the UN has actually projected that we're not going to be replacing ourselves anymore. We'll be at a fertility rate of less than 2.1. And so, you know, to wrap your head around this, think when I've spoken with demographers, what they tend to say is, you know, heavy population growth comes from more births, not fewer deaths. And the reason for that is births can be exponential. You can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, however many children you are healthy enough to have. But when one person doesn't die, it's just one person. So it's not exponential. And so really population growth comes from births, not deaths. But still, imagine if suddenly a whole bunch of people weren't dying when we were sort of expecting them to. And so I found two scholars at the University of Chicago who had done an interesting study where they said, hey, let's take a look at the population of Sweden. Demographers love to use Sweden because the data is so clean and easy to use. And they said, okay, well, what if the entire population of Sweden were to become immortal tomorrow? Like immortal, like never die, not just life extension or health extension. It's like they just never die. They're just going to be immortal. What would happen to the population of Sweden over the next 100 years? And so they took all the data and they plugged it into the UN and World Bank models. And what popped out is over the next 100 years, if Sweden were to become immortal, if all the people in Sweden were to become immortal, population would grow by 22%, which is still fairly high, but not nearly as high as you would think it would be for immortality. And that just goes again to the point that heavy population growth is really driven by births, not deaths. Now, one thing is that, what if reproductive technologies make it really, really easy for people to have children, and they start having more children than we expect them to have. And so the typical curve of, people getting wealthier and living longer means less children. Maybe that starts to change. Then we could have population problems. But right now it doesn't seem like that's what's about to happen. But we shall see. We shall see. Now, equality is probably the most negative thing I came across when I was doing research on how longevity, how health extension will affect our lives. There's already a really big gap between the top life expectancies globally and the bottom life expectancies. And so you can see the top 10 countries here. These numbers are from the CIA fact book. Monaco has the highest life expectancy at 89.3. Wealth is correlated with health. And then you've got Japan, Singapore, Macau, San Marino, Canada, my birth country, Iceland, Hong Kong, Andorra, and Israel are all in the top 10. And so we've got 89 at the top. And then let's look at the bottom 10 countries. And you can see, Niger is 59, Chad 58, Somalia 54, and Afghanistan down there at the bottom at 52.8. So there's roughly like a 37-year difference between the top and the bottom. And I'm willing to bet some of you out there are around 37 years old. So think about that. That's like the difference between the top and the bottom is your age. Or is sort of like a middle-aged person, what people think of as a middle-aged person. So that's a pretty big gap. And then if you think about how, wealthy societies tend to get technology before poorer societies do, this difference could be exacerbated. So in the future, we could see wealthy countries like shooting up to life expectancies of 150, and the poorer countries still staying down at 50 or 60 years. 6 years life expectancy. And that could cause problems, especially in a globalized world where travel is easier and, people may literally start fighting for their lives. If they can't get access to the technology, they might just try to come and get it. And this could cause chaos. And so this is something that we do need to think about and be really, really thoughtful about and really plan for. One of the things that might mitigate the potential negative consequences is the extent to which biology might be becoming more of a information technology than just being stuck in the old baggage of biology. So to the extent that biology is becoming more like an information technology, maybe there's some positive news, because if you look at the access and distribution of technology, you can see that it took like 46 years for a quarter of the US population to get electricity. And then it took 35 years for that amount of people to get the telephone, 16 years for that amount of people to get personal computers, 13 years for that amount of people to get the cell phone, and then 7 years for that amount of people to get internet access. And so the time that it's taking for people to get access to technologies, information technologies, has been shrinking. And so to the extent that that biology is becoming like an information technology, maybe there's some good news. But, it's kind of, part of it is that way and part of it isn't. And it's really unclear which way it's going to go. And so I think this is a serious problem, issue that we need to think about. And this is my last slide. I consider it to be the most important slide of the presentation. And that's what we don't want to be complacent. Look at this guy. Here he is sitting on a train track, reading a newspaper, just waiting for the train to come and hit him. He could be getting up, moving his chair and walking away. And that's, what we should all be doing. We should be trying to get away from the train of death. We should be getting up and trying to walk towards technologies and therapies that are going to allow us to live longer and healthier lives. And so that's what I've dedicated my life to doing. I don't want to be one of the last generation to live to 80 years old. I want to be one of the first generation to live to 150. And, you know, none of tech creation is never guaranteed to happen on any particular timeline. It happens because people put in effort and agency and really work towards making it happen. And so if we don't work really hard to make it happen, you know, it will happen eventually, but maybe not in our lifetime. And that wouldn't be good. I mean, we're all so short on time and there's so much more for us to do. And it would be really great to have more healthy time to do things with our family and friends and help make the world a better place and so many more things. So so I guess my message to you is that I hope that you will join me in trying to accelerate our mission and, you know, trying to accelerate technologies that can help us live longer and healthier lives. If you're a journalist, you should write about longevity. If you're an investor, you should invest in it. If you're an artist, you should write stories and movies about it, or draw about it. You know, if you're a philanthropist, you should donate to it. There's always something that everybody can do. And so I guess I'll just leave you with that message and, you know, happy to take questions. Thanks so much.
Welcome back, Sonia. It's great to have you with us. That was an amazing talk. We have some great questions from the audience that I've been accumulating over the time that you were speaking. So what I'd like to do is go through them one by one, and then perhaps you can do your best to answer them.
Sure.
So the first one is really just to find out what you think is the right time to live for. So is it 80 years, 100 years, or 150 years?
Oh, 80, 100, or 150. Those are the choices. Yeah, well, if you see in the poll question that I put up, I don't know how many people have seen that. I actually had 80, 150, and forever. So I had a bit more ambitious tiers. So I can't hear you anymore, by the way, but
I was just saying, so forever, we could have that as the fourth option. So if that was the option, what would you say then?
Right, yeah, well, I would like to live as long as possible in a healthy state, which I guess is the fifth option, which wasn't on that list. 150 seems you know, reasonable today if you look at the science and, you know, if everything goes really well. And you know, we sort of reach this escape velocity where we can keep being healthy as long as we can, and then, you know, during that time other advancements come along. Then, you know, I mean, I would like to live as long as possible in a healthy state. And so, you know, I mean, maybe that's not forever. I mean, forever is sort of a trick question because no one can really ever live forever. I mean, there's always going to be accidents and there's going to be, you know, other issues. Maybe but
the way to look at it is to be fully functional for as long as possible, right? So the health span being as long as possible, as you were mentioning in your talk.
Exactly.
And as long as we can keep that going, and we're not trying to overpopulate the world too much, as you said, 22% with the Swedish example. Let's see how that would extrapolate in other countries, but still, I'm sure, I believe in the law of abundance, so I'm sure we'll find ways to support that.
Right, maybe we'll make it to Mars at some point.
Exactly.
We just need time.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not put unnecessary restrictions on what humanity is capable of. I was fascinated by the various areas that you were touching on, and I know that some of those in the audience were too. So most of the talks have focused on the longevity dividend, which is the economic aspects, the wealth creation aspect. Not many people have been talking about the other factors, whether it be marriage and religion, So that was really an interesting thing, particularly on the religion point. Would you say that that's a constant that's going to? Do you think that's going to be the same in 100 years' time, when the technology to rewrite the genetic code is going to be commonplace, perhaps?
That religion will still exist?
Yes, and to the same level of conviction that it does today, based on your research.
Right. Yes, surprisingly, I think the answer is yes. I think human beings are wired for religion. So unless we rewrite that wiring, and maybe we edit out the religious urge, but human beings really have, they are wired for spirituality. And it all depends on how you define religion as well. And there's a long discussion about that in my book as well. Like, what is religion anyway? I mean, is it spirituality? Is it organized religion? Is it, but humans are wired to be spiritual. And there's lots of different types of religion. And as long as religions continue to evolve, and I think they will, because they, if you think of it as an economic marketplace, which religious scholars do, in fact, they think about churn within the religious marketplace. And, I was very surprised to find out that the average human changes religions a number of times. I had no idea. I mean, I guess people do this. And maybe new religions will pop up as well. I mean, there's someone who makes a case that one of the scholars makes a case that even Oprah sort of has a religious following, and she can be seen as a religious leader. And so, that's sort of that opens up, because she's trying to help people figure out how to live the good life.
Well, that's right. And so would you define that for yourself, out of interest, if we're being a little bit personal? Are you religious, and do you feel that's the good life, or do you have a different perspective?
Yeah, I don't actually think of myself as religious, which I think is why I'm so surprised about all this stuff.
Indeed.
And I live in California, where there's not, I mean, there are a lot of religious people here, but people don't necessarily talk about it, is the thing.
Yeah. And so just to sort of shift gears, because we haven't got a huge amount of time left, but I wanted to pick up on one of the questions that asked about your investment thesis. So it was picked up that you like to invest in the space. Is there a particular type of sort of area within longevity or digital health or biotech that you're focused on? And perhaps you can just share a little bit about what sort of companies should be reaching out.
Right. I actually have a very broad philosophy on what constitutes a longevity company. So, I mean, there's the obvious ones like regenerative medicine and, I have a gene therapy company that I've invested in. But then there's the non-obvious ones like, we really can't live a long and healthy life if we don't have clean food and water. Mm-hmm. And so I've invested in a couple of food companies. El Nutra, which has the Prolon diet, is one of my companies. Wild Earth is one of my companies. Right now they're creating dog food, but that's the early play for a longer play.
I've always thought the dog food doesn't taste that good, so I'm glad someone's sorting that one out.
Oh, I have eaten this dog food. It's made from fungi. It is incredible. I am telling you, it's
that's
very
the
good.
soap test. That's the ultimate soap test. Okay, great. So last question for you, and this is just in relation to, I guess, the future of health as you see it. So if you're looking at the big things that are going to come out in the next 5 years, what sort of things should people be looking out for other than gene therapies, and particularly in the space of longevity? What kind of I guess innovations do you think are going to be on the event horizon?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot in the senolytic space. There's a lot of scientists working on it and new theories. And I was just on a call the other day with a scientist on the East Coast who was had some new breakthroughs on senolytics. And so I think we're gonna see a lot there. We're gonna see a lot in terms of AI playing a much bigger role in so many different things. I mean, there's this whole DeepMind news that we just saw with the protein folding and. AI just used for so many different, one of my companies, just I'll plug another company, is an AI skin company. It's actually a Canadian company that's using AI to find skin diseases, including cancer. Wow. The AI is better than doctors. And it's not going to replace doctors. It's going to enhance, it's going to help doctors.
Help them make better decisions. Exactly.
Exactly. So they don't have to second guess themselves anymore.
Okay, we're going to throw one more in because I know that this was one that was asked more than once. So how much of the health span maximization can be attributed to changes to your lifestyle and environment, such as a good diet, as you mentioned, sleeping well, meditation, fasting, versus, you know, therapies, drugs? You know, what do you think the kind of mix is going to look like?
Oh, you mean going forward in the future?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I think we've gone almost as far as we can on the diet and sleep. I mean, you know, obviously everybody doesn't you know, do it all right, but and it's hard for us to do it all right. But we're really going to be relying on technologies and new therapies to get us up to that 150 point.
Yeah,
which will happen at some point, but only if we try hard.
I agree. So we all need to put our heads together and make it happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, well, with that, I would say thank you very much for joining us. Your morning, I believe, our evening.
That's right.
To introduce yourself to the European health innovation communities. I look forward to seeing this distributed amongst the different networks so that they can understand the great stuff that you're doing and hopefully read your book. So thanks so much for joining us today, and we'll be in touch soon.
Thanks. Great to be here.
Take care.
Bye.
Hi, Thomas Olivier here, founder and CEO of Omnos, and I'm here to introduce you to smart health at the dawn of a new health architecture. Before going through deep in the presentation, I'd like you to imagine a new health model, accessible to anyone and effective for everyone. A health model that is actually focused on health creation and optimization, rather than disease treatment and management. A model promoting lifestyle medicine that takes place not just in clinics, surgery, or hospitals, but also in our home, schools, and workplaces, or simply from our phones. A model that is outside the existing health system as we know it, shifting the focus from being disease-centric to health optimization and creation. A model in which we will be rewarded to acquire the necessary skills and knowledge to enhance our biological potential. A system where health data could be one of our most valuable assets, where we will have total ownership. A well-connected and secure ecosystem, where the population and all health professionals will be interconnected and just a few clicks away. A model that delivers personalized and scientifically validated precision prevention efficiently, in real time, and on top of this, in a captivating and engaging technology. Now, when this sounds almost like science fiction, all is here to be created, to be connected, and to be democratized, if you wish, to become the new norm. And I will show you that we can, with what we have now, upgrade our health system to a more connected and sustainable model. So, before we start, let's go first into before starting describing how this model should look. Let's have a look maybe at what are the driving force of change. And there's 4 of them. The first one being the ever-increasing health burden. You probably heard about it before, but more than 20% of the UK population is now living with a chronic condition. In just 10 years, the above 65 years old are likely not to have 1, but 2 chronic conditions, living in a state of comorbidity really decades before they die. This translates into the NHS in spending right now 155 billion on average per year in healthcare. But less than 5% of this is actually for prevention or wellness. Then there's another force of change, which is the driving force of doctors that start to move away from the IDAN, one cause, one disease aspect, for a more holistic approach, where we take the body with its complexity and as an interdependent ecosystem. And all of this also driving digital innovation. Just like the banking system was frustratingly very slow decades ago, out of the frustration, we saw some great innovation happening. It gave birth to the whole fintech industry. And our health is going through the same process. We're now having a booming health tech industry, and we are collecting data, but finally starting connecting the dots between those data and making sense of it all for potentially offering personalized solutions at someone's fingertips for greatly improve their health in real time. Then we have this cultural awakening. If we look back, we made amazing progress, right? So it all started probably in the 60s or 70s, where Arnold Schwarzenegger was pumping iron and Jane Fonda releasing the first video exercise. Then just a decade after this, we see the president having jogs as part of their campaign. So what the baby boomer have created, a bit later, the Generation X have really amplified it with gym membership becoming mainstream, and the whole wellness movement was born. And now all the millennials have really encoded all this into their lifestyle. With data tracking, biohacking, and weekly target, even created the athleisure dress code, which is basically giving an excuse to wear Lululemon yoga pants at the office, right? It's a real thing. So all of this is really paving the way in our mindset and the way to change. And it's frankly time for an upgrade. With that shift in our approach and mindset, we are making the premises of moving from disease management to disease prevention. And most importantly, the attainment of optimal health. And it is about time, because if we do not do something fairly quickly, we will be having a crisis of extraordinary magnitude in our hands. The projected financial healthcare burden are scary and would put any country down to its knee if nothing is being changed. But I am an optimistic, and I am sure you are too, and all is here for us to ignite the change towards an ever-improving health model with a new foundation based on collective, connected, and sustainable principle. And here's what I'd like to suggest for its foundation. And for this upgrade to become a reality, it needs to happen at 3 different levels. First, legislative, and I call this the 3D of legislation efforts. First is the decentralization. We need a healthcare system that takes place not just in clinic, surgery, and hospitals, because this is the place where we break down or get fixed if you're lucky. But don't get me wrong, if an accident occurs and you need this acute care system, amazing doctor will be here to save your life or to avoid the worsening of your injury. However, hospitals are not places designed for us to be center of wellness, or they are not devoted to health optimization. The second D stands for democratization. Health optimization and regenerative health should take place in our homes, schools, and workplaces. Thanks to the advancements of the technology and the appraising mindset of proactive self-care and its growing demand for the DIY health, but it also should be made accessible and effective for everyone, not only for the people on Harley Street. And a lot of solutions now exist to track and monitor health for anyone and everywhere. So we should make those more and more available. The traditional model of multiple steps involving diagnostic testing, from visiting a clinic and providing simple to wait for the results and not even having access to the data if everything is okay, is now being slowly but surely replaced by direct-to-consumer testing solution. From the comfort of your home, with a much faster turnaround and much more depth analysis and explanation of your results, which makes you more engaged towards your health. It is time to recenter personalized health management from the place we live and work on a daily basis. Finally, data ownership. The healthcare system generates approximately a zettabyte, which is 1 trillion gigabytes of data annually. And this amount is doubling every 2 years. The ecosystem around all this is very complex and very fragmented, and it is a closed system, far from being open source. Mainly because health data are a commodity, And there is also the fear of those data to be hacked, as it happened already. But clearly something needs to change. If an individual is to be in the driving seat of their own health, he should have direct access to all of those health data, and actually abrogate a situation where doctors, institutions own your health data and repeal you the total access to it. Health data are one of the fastest growing assets nowadays to quickly become the single most valuable asset in society. It is and should be our right to claim it back. The second aspect is a cultural level. We need to disalienate this language, the language of health, medicine. The current language used by doctors is alienating the public. We need to move to a situation where the language is used by health professionals and around health professionals and between ourselves and community doesn't alienate. So we can share a common language, get rid of the technocratic element of where this is our domain and we, the only one people who can be trained, understand it and talk about it. So if we want to be engaged and proactive to our health, we need a different approach and remove this professional jargon and make it more accessible to the public. It's not an easy task, but if you create this common language that everyone shares and communicates with, we could make health optimization accessible for everyone and understandable to anyone. And that leads us to becoming more proactive. Someone engaged will be more proactive and must become, it will be becoming a daily routine thing, right? This will change our approach to health and the culture over time. And it will ensure that people think of the health as a daily and continued regimen, not only about exercising once in a while, because we have to do it, but more of a holistic approach to it, mentally, physically, and spiritually, and enabling them to go through the day doing some type of activity that is personalized and health-orientated. Finally, we need a unification of a common purpose around health optimization. There is different school of thoughts, functional medicine, all those different things. And the disfragmentation advantages is overdid by the inconvenience it brings. A stronger sense of community must arise. Unification to the same purpose is about being inclusive rather than being exclusive. It is about acknowledging that we're all part of a cell ecosystem of a large workforce of health and wellness and fitness professionals, which has been mostly marginalized and divided as a result by the medical mainstream, somehow rigid approach to evaluate evidence and clinical effectiveness. Finally, the technological effort. Democratizing health technology is a must. Creating accessible and actionable tool for everybody. Let's face it, biology and medical research are complex. Most of scientific paper needs translation to be accessible to the public. And even most of the DIY tests available nowadays are still difficult to understand. But what if we were to create friendly user interface that could be not only understood by the big majority of people, but could also engage the public into their own health journey with milestone reward systems, encouraging someone to reach optimal health based on order of priorities. Now, there's a next great step that will help us to reach this smart health era. And this step is about the convergence of new technology to create an intelligent and connected health ecosystem of tomorrow. Let's have a look at those one by one. First, we have big data, right? So anonymous data mining can uncover patterns. And those newly acquired knowledge and learning are captured as data and can be transmitted to other individuals like family or their experience to other in the network to really ignite change for the better at a collective scale. And this is very interesting because we can already start doing this. Open source health. Multi-level open collaboration and peer production can be established with those technology. All content can be submitted upstream at each level, from individuals to organization to health professional, to then go through a validation process and can be shared for the collective benefits of us all. automation and predictive analytic with artificial intelligence, all those systems will transform how we will interact with someone's health and how we think and do prevention, potentially eliminating all the admin tasks and leave us more time and empowering us with a broader vision on how to execute it. Now, personalized connected wellness is also about this ecosystem. And the Internet of Things is very the puzzle of data pieces, all the things together via a constant feedback loop in the background working for you to optimize our lifestyle via automated and real-time intervention. All to improve both our productivity, but also health simultaneously, and taking into consideration our personality trait, taste, lifestyle, and current health status. So we also need all this to be into an ecosystem where we have secure data storage. With encrypted data in a blockchain ecosystem, for example, the owner can not only acquire the personal health data from genomic biometric tracking device history, but all can be kept secure in a vault, a blockchain-based sort of peer-to-peer network, and maybe even creating a platform of exchange where we can connect data owners and buyers. This would greatly enhance the protection of personal health data and also allow the safe exchange or trade of it. So now let's have a look at what a smart health ecosystem would look like in practice. First, at an individual level, implementing health optimization in a smart health ecosystem is a new approach that really helps clearing the path to optimum health. No more guesswork, everything is personalized to you, and with this reassurance of scientifically validated solution, while being all data-driven and supported by a registered health professional. Then the family planning. A smart health model at home will be defined by a synchronized orchestra of hardware and software working along together on a 24-hour basis to make your life easier and healthier. From optimal and personalized grocery list to real-time intervention to personalized nutrient top-up and personalized supplementation strategy, all of this is possible. For business, it's more about implementing smart targeted tasks for employees to become more informed about the factors in a working environment that can affect their health, productivity, and also prevent the chronic illness in the long term. For health professionals, at a practitioner point of view, the ever-growing access in the quantity and quality of the patient information via data sharing sort of enabling platform with real-time reading notes, coupled with sensor detection and monitoring, blood glucose monitoring, for example, will give a more proactive healthcare that is no longer something of a promise, but more something we can implement. So how does this look in our daily life? How does it work? Real-time and precise intervention needs to start with a self-assessment, in the sense that we need to understand and get to know you, your lifestyle, and then also to understand your biology. With an integrative approach, all of this is made digital. The difference lies in the ability to link genetic results to lifestyle data and functional testing biomarkers, to offer a granular and personalized recommendation all in one place as an outcome. Then having access to a scoring system with scoring by area where you should be focusing on, and all of this at your fingertips, giving you things to do, things to avoid, things to take, and potentially people to see. We've done all this in Omnos, in our ecosystem, and provide you with regular testing, follow-up tests that you need to do based on recommendation outcome. You can track your progress, see your things by order, by priority, and really having a real-time personalized diet and supplement protocol that is here to enhance your actual health status. So this is all what we can do today, but beyond smart health, what can we do? From precision prevention to precision intervention. So this is more of a neo-evolution era. there is a few technology that might just change the course of humanity and us as human beings, really. Genetic engineering, like CRISPR technology, allowing you to edit your gene codes, which is, mind-blowing, really, but it is there. 3D printing organ implants, you can name anyone. Nanobots, which could allow real-time intervention at killing cancer cells or repair. Hybrid brain and brain-computer interface, putting an end to dementia. All those technology are actually in the making. And the question here is, until what point will it be smart to do all this? Our already greater lifespan will further drive innovation and research like we are doing now, as well as the application to move from disease prevention to life extension intervention. Challenging aging is not new. It is a natural occurrence, and potentially making it a condition rather than a destiny. But just like all the other conditions of the realm of disease, we could crack the code of these pre-programmed processes of our evolution, and thus even making mortality optional. Today, one sure thing is all the technology in the making are growing faster than the ethical efforts that should come along with them. And this is how I would like to think about, and what I would like to think about, and say thank you.
So welcome back, Thomas. That was a great presentation. Thanks for joining us for a bit of Q&A. I've managed to pull together some of the questions from the audience that I think are most pertinent to the discussion that we just had. So maybe you can start by just better explaining in your own words, what do you really mean by smart health?
What I mean by smart health is again, being smart, but in a sense smart of connected, in the sense that we should have an ecosystem where we connect the dots between not only all the biomarkers and genetics and lifestyle data, but also between all the different actors of the health, so all the health professional, and really try to have a bit of an orchestra of all this, where we can capture data on ongoing basis, real time, and we can add to all this all the latest technologies that are out there. So artificial intelligence, big data, cloud, all these sort of things to really make the most of what we have nowadays, to make new discoveries, empower people with those new discoveries by quickly sharing those data with them and implementing them, helping them to implement them with things such as the Internet of Things, so really creating a whole ecosystem of feedback loop almost, where people can really improve their health on a real-time basis.
So like the smart home, but just for health.
Yes,
and
exactly.
Using these.
Exactly.
And so do you think that there's a need for decentralizing the data, or these kind of data frameworks like the federated data systems where data privacy is protected, yet we can then train models off the back of this data? How do you see that?
So I feel there's still need, obviously, a lot of data privacy. Obviously, we don't want to share and give away all of our data. But I like to talk about data ownership in the sense that we are the one that should be in choosing whether we share those data, we opt in or we opt out of sharing certain segments of our data, or all of our data, with who we want to. So if you are in an ecosystem where you want to talk to, something sort of flag up and you want to talk to a health professional about it, then you can share this data, but you don't have to share all of it. And it's the same if you want to get a better deal with your insurance company, for example, because you're showing that you're proactive with all the biometrics that you have, counting step, doing better with your sleeps. You can share all those data, but maybe you don't want to show your certain genetic variants that are predisposing you to certain, diseases. even if your genes are not your fate, and I love to say that because it's very true, it's all your lifestyle, your diet, your environment that dictate the results. But still, I'm pretty sure if you were to show that you were more likely to get Alzheimer or this sort of thing, obviously it won't play good for your health insurance quote. So you would like, it's a bit of a more flexible approach where you are at the center of it, you own your data, and you opt in and out of what you want to share with who you want to share it with.
Let me just check it on my side. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So yeah, so really, how do you connect the dots, you know, for the user? How do you make sure that it's working that it should?
So what we're doing, for example, with Omnos is we take lifestyle data. So it all starts with a self-assessment. And then genetic data. So we look at all your genotype. And then we look also at all type of biomarkers. So already we can tell you what sort of test you should be doing because of certain data that we have of you. And it tells us, okay, this is the next best test for you to do. And by doing that, you start really to see patterns and what are your top priority. So that's why it's important to have a system that you connect the dots between all those different data. If you have, for example, I don't know, symptoms related to migraines, mood swings, maybe, you know, let's have a look at hormone behavior. This is for health, right? And then based on that, you can really see what are the top recommendations. Based on your data. So what are the next best things for you to do in terms of implementing to your life or time to take such targeted implementation, or people to see if it's really clinical and you already have some condition and you want to talk with a health professional, someone who is also, again, the right person. So if you're in an ecosystem where you have ownership of your data, you will also have some structure into it in architecture where maybe certain data like, I don't know, hormones, markers, maybe you cannot share that with your PT because he's not necessarily going to understand that. But a doctor that is qualified for this, and even an expert in hormone balancing, maybe this is the person you can share it with if you're opt-in and they are ready to do so.
And so is that the vision for Omnos? Do you hope to bring these disparate sort of pieces together and give the user the control of how that data can be?
Yeah. It's already what we're doing now, but in the longer term, the vision is to make it all available at your fingertip. But instead of having a system where you need to reach out, you'll be, if something is clinical, we would actually help you and with the right person and the right data for real-time intervention. But this requires a lot of monitoring. But then we will know what to monitor if we know about your genetic, if we know about your current data like biomarkers.
But that's the trouble, isn't it? There's not enough people monitoring themselves who are ostensibly healthy, so we don't have the data on what's affecting people enough.
But if you have health professional that can guide you on what should be tracking. So let's say you are predisposed with certain genes to type 2 diabetes, for example, which is huge in the UK. And within your biomarkers, you do have some insulin resistance, and we can see that. Maybe you could receive at home just a glucose monitor. And when those things, you patch it there, and then your recommendation in terms of food will adapt based on your insulin reading. And you could have someone that monitors you when actually send a signal that if it's out of normal range, this is where someone could help you and say, okay, well, now we're in a state where it's almost pre-diabetic, maybe, we should have a little more medical assistance. But before that, there's a lot that can be done in terms of educating someone of not going down this line. And this is where we should be going. And we do have all the tools to do that already.
Great. Well, last question for you before we go straight into the next session with Dr. Robert Green. after a quick break. So just wanted to know what's your sort of vision for the change you want to see in this space over the next 5 years?
Yeah, so in the next 5 years, I think the way I'll say it is a lot more technology will be working in the background for us. You wake up, you have your smart mirror, you have your potentially, your grocery list that is ready for you to go and for the day, which is totally optimized. Your personalized supplementation strategy was just been 3D printed. And you could go to your local Planet Organic, for example, and have, your AR things that tells you exactly, okay, well, this is anchovies, for example. Those ones are 95%, and this is something you can eat because you are greater needs of omega-3.
Well, perhaps you can drink wine and it's not affecting you, so you can carry on drinking.
Yeah, exactly. or you have this, but you have this soya here is a 20% because from your last microbiome test, you will realize that you have high histamine, you have a low immunity, and it's a very high histamine type of food. And on top of that, you have leaky guts. So that's not something you should have right now. Instead, have this 100% dark chocolate because you're lacking of magnesium, for example. But this is the sort of thing that we can already do, and we do already in our ecosystem. But integrating then things like augmented reality and other technology, like Internet of Things again, could really simplify all this for us, and having this sort of orchestra that do your, sort of manage your health in the background. This is what it's happening.
Well, I couldn't agree more. I'm looking forward to that day. Let's bring it faster forwards using our companies and connections. So I'm now joined by Robert. So Thomas, thank you so much for joining us. I'll bid you a
thank you.
See you, Robert. Welcome, Robert. So for those who don't know, Dr. Robert Green is a very well-known geneticist. He's at Harvard Med out in Boston. He also advises Humanity. He's part of our science advisory board and has been great to us. And he will probably ask you if you've been sequenced at some point if he gets a chance. But he's got an amazing presentation lined up. So why don't I just hand over the mic to you, Robert?
Thank you, Pete, and it's so nice to see everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, and thank you for inviting me to speak at this. It's been a pleasure working with Humanity, and I really think that one of the ways we're going to extend lifespan, one of the ways we're going to think about longevity, is by moving our entire medical care system from reactive to proactive, from trying to treat diseases that are already underway to trying to anticipate them and prevent them. And this has been part of the dream of genomics for some time. In fact, it's rather remarkable how far we've come in genomics without actually achieving much of that dream. But I'm optimistic. I think we're on the verge of really implementing genomics in the day-to-day practice of medicine. And that's where my research is, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. I'll just say two things to start off with. One, my internet connection seems to be pretty good here, but if there's been a couple of short pauses, so if that happens, I'm just going to keep barreling through. And if you miss anything, I'm happy to share these slides with you. And two, I do have a hard stop at 3:30, so I'll have to hop off at that point in time. But Pete can continue to if it's not completely over. So I'll get started by sharing my screen here and jump right into my presentation. So let's share. So let me know if there's a problem, otherwise I'm going to plow ahead. So I've called this talk The Path to Preventive Genomics. And to start all of my talks, I just want to make you aware of my sources of funding, which are mostly NIH, and also the companies that I advise, as well as Humanity, which is not listed on there. Then I co-founded genomics medical practice called Genome Medical, which we're very excited about. I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is my core team, the Genomes to People Research Program, and our focus is to explore and understand the medical, behavioral, and economic impact of genomics in day-to-day behavior. Now, we are a film production company. We subcontract teams to our various specifically funded studies, and these studies all have in common looking for cost, risk, and benefit to try to demonstrate the evidence base for implementing genomics. This is the part that's really missing in the practice of medicine for so many of the future forward technologies that you're hearing about at this conference, is have they really been demonstrated to reduce morbidity and mortality, and to do so at a cost that's acceptable to society? Because without those factors, it's going to be hard to scale them up. We have a portfolio of research studies that we've nicknamed, some related to consumer genomics, some I'm going to tell you about, which are early pilot studies in randomized trials, one that's the first study of sequencing in the active duty military. And then we support these smaller lettered studies, the All of Us research program with its return of genomic results, the Emerge 4 program, which I'll tell you a little bit about, and Verily Project Baseline. So the first study I'm going to tell you about is the MedSeq project, which is the world's first pilot randomized trial of comprehensive genome sequencing in healthy individuals. Now, many of you are already forward-looking individuals. You've had your genome sequenced, or you don't see anything wrong with having your genome sequenced. You're kind of probably over that. You're already on to other types of omics, but the rest of the medical world isn't there yet. And so figuring out a way to do this in a way that generates evidence has been quite the challenge. We set it up as if it were a pill, a randomized trial where half of the enrolled individuals got a careful review of their family history, and the other half got a careful review of their family history plus what we call a genome report. We did what all good laboratories are doing now, and what's taken on the bulk of the cost of genome sequencing at this stage of things, which is the interpretation. It's one thing to run a genome off of a machine, and yes, we're down to a point where that genome can be sequenced for $500 to $700, but it is another thing altogether to make sense of it, to run it through computer algorithms and then through the manual curation process that is necessary to do a best-in-class genetic interpretation. Without this, you are actually giving people a lot of raw data, which is extremely difficult to interpret and easily can be interpreted incorrectly, such that people either miss important things or get false positives. We created a single-page return of results summary that even a primary care doc can use. And by comprehensive, we meant we included monogenic risks for both dominant and recessive conditions, polygenic risks, carrier variants, which are the recessive conditions, pharmacogenomic variants, and blood types, all from your whole genome sequencing. We put this all on one page for a primary care doc to be able to give back. One of the most startling pieces of results from this study was how many healthy people are walking around with a monogenic risk factor. In other words, 20% of the 100 people we sequenced in this early study, and I think 20% of you who are listening, are carrying a pathogenic mutation, what we call a disease-associated mutation, in a dominant gene disease condition. Or you're carrying two markers for a recessive condition. Now, you may not have the disease, and that's the interesting part. Do you not have it? Do you have it and don't realize it? Or are you at risk for developing it in the future? And because these were smaller numbers, we could really go back to each person and dig into them and ask, are there any signs of this disease? And you can see the top 4 conditions there. We found out that the people in those conditions had never been suspected of having them, but sure enough, they were already showing abnormalities, either biochemically or physically, that said that they were already in the early stages of that disease. So in this case, DNA was not a predictor. It was a pathway to diagnosing something that was already there. In most of the rest of these conditions, there was no sign of it that we could see, but they remain at increased risk, and appropriate surveillance can presumably look for these and catch them if they occur later in your life and help you survive them and live longer. One of the great concerns to the healthcare system. So one of the things we're piloting is how to measure costs of downstream medical care. And you can see the monogenic disease risk individuals with these red arrows. And overall, the spending is more for those people who get their sequence done. And this is spending in excess of the sequencing and interpretation, of course. And the downstream spending is more. But what is left out of the equation is still hard to generate, is whether the downstream spending is worth the benefit that you get out of it. Now, if you're paying out of pocket, it may well be, but if a healthcare system is paying for this, they're going to want to know very granularly the answer to this. Another entirely separate project that we've led the way on is a similar first pilot trial of sequencing in healthy newborns. And this is really the dream, right? Francis Collins, head of our NIH, said as far back as 2001, but here's a quote from 2012, that complete sequencing of newborns is not far away. It is an undeniable logic that if you want to take people and give them information that can do the most good for them throughout their life, let's get that information at the beginning of their life. And so, believe me, this was, again, this audience may not find this too shocking or cutting edge, but in my world, no one has ever done this before. No one has systematically, with methodological rigor, actually sequenced a cohort of healthy newborns and given the information back to them and their doctors. So this was very much a cutting edge project. We did the same sort of randomized trial. Interestingly, a lot of people declined to participate, but that's probably because we were trying to recruit them in the first 24 hours after birth, and they were exhausted. And but it also shows that it's not automatic that people want this kind of information, particularly when they've been entrained and it's been framed as threatening, privacy reducing, and potentially exposing them to discrimination. Once again, when we talk about sequencing, we talk about sequencing the entire genome, right? All 3 billion letters, all 20,000 genes, all 8,000 disease-associated genes, but we're not really going to give that back. In BabySeq, for example, in MedSeq, for example, we gave back about 4,000 genes that we thought had extremely well-developed evidence for monogenic association. Here, we wanted to reduce this to genes that were underlying conditions in childhood and adolescence, and we reduced that to a total of 954 genes. And so that's what we gave back. So it's interesting when you hear somebody is doing whole genome sequencing, the next question you should ask them is, and how many genes are you interpreting and reporting on? And some of the consumer-facing companies, the answer to that is 0. They're giving you a raw genome. That doesn't help you much at all. Some of the consumer-facing companies that have been doing this for a while, the answer was, for our low-end price, 84 genes. Well, that doesn't help you very much if you want complete interpretation. So the question nobody asks, but everybody should, is, oh, you're going to sequence my genome? How many genes are you interpreting for me when you give me a report? The other thing about interpretation is, despite the fact that forward-looking people like this audience kind of want all the information, they want everything that they can get, it's not a good idea to give back millions of variants, just lists and lists and lists of variants. In fact, it's not a good idea to give back variants of uncertain significance, where we're not really sure if the DNA change does something bad or not. So in these screening studies, which is what all these studies are, it's a form of screening for healthy people, we only give back pathogenic and likely pathogenic variants. That's variants we're 90 to 100% sure are bad changes in your DNA. And once again, even with a smaller gene list than we used in MedSeq, we found a remarkable 11% of these healthy babies were carrying a monogenic disease risk. And look, you can see this list there for all sorts of things. And once again, when we circle back to this ostensibly healthy baby and said, wow, baby number 3 there has an ELN or elastin mutation and normal heart sounds, normal looking baby, but we did an echocardiogram because of this DNA finding. That baby's aorta was already mildly, but definitely abnormally stenosed. So this is a way of not just finding out the future, but finding things which are invisible to other medical screening in the present. But the other side of that coin is the bottom half of this list are things which there was no evidence for in these babies. And those families must now live with an uncertain future about whether these variants, which their baby has, are going to manifest in these babies, and if so, when. And for some people, that's a real burden. For others, it's an opportunity to surveil and preserve. So it's really a glass half full, half empty kind of situation. There was so much pushback when we started doing the Baby Seek project. You know, we were going to create depression, self-blame. We were going to ruin the relationship between parents and babies. We used validated scales of all of those elements, and our randomized clinical trial format allowed us to do very precise comparisons in an unbiased way. And the bottom line is none of that happens. In the families that self-select to get this kind of information, there is no excess anxiety, there is no excess distress, there is no disruption of parent-child bonding, there is no increase in validated scales of child vulnerability. You just don't see it. So that's really reassuring. And while we don't want to be cavalier about the psychological issues, we can start to realize that this narrative of psychological distress in the face of genomic information has really been overblown, principally because people quickly self-select. The kind of people who know that they're going to be upset by genomic results, by and large, don't get genomic results. This isn't forced upon them. They just don't elect to do it. So we've got some really strong evidence in this and our other research that, you know, the first thing you hear when you start talking about preventive genomics is, oh God, you're going to distress, you're going to get to people are going to jump off the roof, you're going to make people so anxious, you're going to create basically psychological devastation. It just isn't true. It's a false narrative, and it's not a reason to avoid this kind of information. There is, however, I think, real concern about, again, downstream specialty visits and other resources. So we're tracking that. 17 of these newborns with unanticipated genomic findings ended up with 23 specialty visits and 20 other resources, follow-up labs, images, and so forth. So we did spend more money, more of our money, either our nation's money or our insurance company's money, but we find so much more. For example, 88% of these infants had at least one recessive carrier, and 47% of these would have been missed by the broadest commercial screening panel that's out there on the market, these 5 on the right. 99% of these would be missed by the routine care that is provided in the United States, which is basically 2 genes. So, you know, just for future reproductive planning for these families, they can become aware that they're carrying these recessive conditions and look to see if the parents want to get more thorough preconception testing before they have another baby. We do measure these downstream costs, and we do spend more, as I said. On average, we've spent $549 versus $350 in the control group, but because of the small sample size and the wide range of these are not statistically significantly different. It remains to be seen, I think, with larger sample sizes, whether this is a threat to healthcare spending, and again, whether it's worth it. It's not so bad if we're spending money if we get a good outcome. It's tough to follow these forever, though. These grants are 2, 3, 4-year grants, and the real value to an infant, particularly of a genome sequence, is going to amortize over years, decades, a whole lifetime. So we're trying to work with our colleagues to model these economics in order to prove to reimbursement companies, to employers, to actual whole nations that this might be an appropriate thing to invest in for the health of your population. Now, I do want to say a word about polygenic risk scores because they're really hot right now. As most of you know, polygenic risk scores are different from monogenic. Monogenic means you can get the disease if you break one gene. Polygenic means you're actually adding up the small effect of thousands of markers throughout the genome, and they can add up to give you an average risk, a low risk, or a high risk. And for those people who add up to get a high risk, it turns out to be 4, 5, 6 times that of the general population. So people have been asking very recently, shouldn't we be paying attention to polygenic risks? And if you take an arbitrary cut point, let's just say an odds ratio of 2.5 times the rest of the population, you can see that 20% of people are in that slice of the pie for coronary artery disease, 20% for atrial fibrillation, 10% for type 2 diabetes, and so forth. And if you ask how many people, just these 6 conditions are likely to have at least one of them, you're talking about approximately 50% of males and approximately 50% of females. That's half of you out there are walking around with an elevated polygenic risk score for a common complex condition and you don't know it. This is what 23andMe got in trouble for early on, and they've come back now, gone through the FDA approval for their polygenic diabetes score. This is what other companies are generating in terms of polygenic risk. Though there's still a lot of controversy. Where do you make the cutoffs? How much false reassurance are you giving if someone is not high? And again, what's the cost of generating this information and providing it next to the real benefit that people are going to get out of it? We're doing something, we're participating in a big consortium called eMERGE, which is calculating, integrating, recruiting, returning, and measuring outcomes of polygenic risk scores in 25,000 individuals across the country. That's scattered across about 12 eMERGE 4 sites. And you can see there the sites there. And so stepping back really to give you sort of the numbers from a very high level, our research, and this has been validated by others, suggests that 80 to 91% of people are carrying a recessive carrier trait that may be important to them when they have babies of their own. 80% of people, we haven't talked much about pharmacogenomics, but have an atypical response to at least one category of medications. Somewhere between 11 and 20%, let's say 15% of people have a dominant mutation and they don't even know it because the disease is not manifesting. And at least 50% of people are carrying an elevated risk for at least one polygenic condition. When you look across this slide, I hope you agree with me that there's way more value in a human genome than we have been expecting, and that we should be extracting that value in our day-to-day healthcare, and we simply are not. Why are we not? Because there's a number of narratives that are preventing this from taking place. I mentioned one of them, the narrative of psychological catastrophic distress, the narrative that this can't be done without genetic counselors, the narrative that primary care doctors are hopelessly unable to manage this, which I think is also untrue, and several other narratives. But there's also a cost issue. It's still a little bit too high and a little bit too manually curated to sort of do this at scale, despite some of the consumer-facing companies that are trying. We started a preventive genomics clinic, as Pete said in his introduction. If you meet me at a cocktail party, one of the first things I'm going to ask you is, have you had your own genome sequenced yet? But I'm also going to try to have in this talk that it isn't standard of care yet. We're trying to demonstrate that it could be. So this is a clinical service. You can get this done with us or through our company, Genome Medical. But you should be aware that you're getting care that's over and above current standard of care. And what we're doing particularly in this situation is we have an NIH grant to aggregate and follow people who are learning new things and unanticipated information about themselves. It's all optional, but we hope you'll participate. We're doing this by telemedicine, of course, during the pandemic. And we have online, and I'm happy to share with you these stories. They're 2-minute videotapes of people who found out unanticipated findings and the difference that it made in their lives. So I'm going to wind up a little early so we get closer back on schedule and have a little time for the panel discussion and maybe some Q&A. But I do want to make it clear that all this work we've done over the past 15 or 20 years has been all teamwork. It's all collaborative work. And there are a huge number of people contributing at all levels, faculty level to research assistants, and in particular, the folks on the right have made major contributions to this work as we have gotten these grants and published this work over the following years. I would like to encourage you to follow, to check out our website, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and please feel free to email me with any questions. This is my email address. Be delighted to hear from you and delighted to continue the conversation further. So let me pause for a moment, leave that up there. Pete, you can tell me when I should stop sharing and maybe launch the next stage.
You're right on cue. So we have the panelists are all in the room with you. And so we're just going to turn on our cameras and our audio. And then what you can do is also stop sharing your screen, and then that should bring you back. And I'll defer back to you, Robert, to lead the panel, and just thank you so much for sharing all of the great work you're doing in the field.
Thank you. Well,
I'm
really pleased to have Sanjay and Neil. And is Sebastian part of our panel too?
No, Sebastian is actually the technical producer, making sure that the lights stay on. So don't worry.
So Sanjay and Neil, great to have you here. Sanjay, we've met before. Neil, I don't think we have, but why don't you each take a couple of minutes and introduce yourselves and talk a little bit about the work you're doing, and then we'll just launch into a fun discussion. And feel free to comment on anything you heard in my talk, but also just your own personal work, your mission, and the reflection of how your work may be assisting the world in living longer. There's a big topic. Sanjay, why don't you go first?
All right. Hi, everybody. Sanjay Pingle. I'm CEO of PWN Health. My background is 20 plus years in healthcare technology. Founded a business called MedSite that's now part of WebMD. Worked in pharma services for a number of years in a private equity-backed business that's part of Merck at the moment. For the last 6 years, have been running PWN. And our role in this ecosystem is enabling people to get access to testing. And then helping them do something with their results that helps them achieve a better healthcare outcome. We power the majority of the consumer testing infrastructure in the United States. So hundreds of partners use us to offer testing to individuals. Our clinical, legal, and technical infrastructure enables that on a national basis. And in the last couple of years, we've been also seeing a really interesting convergence where different stakeholders, primarily health plans, are starting to pay attention to consumer-initiated, consumer-driven preventative screening, preventative testing, early detection, better health outcomes. And so that's, from our perspective, a fantastic kind of direction for the industry to take, and something that we're excited to participate in. That's my background, and that's what we're working on.
That's great. Thanks, Sanjay. And Neil?
Yeah, nice to meet you all. So Neil Ward, I run the commercial team for Illumina. Been with the company almost 14 years now. So joined just after the Solexa acquisition, and essentially I'm responsible for running the commercial business in Northern Europe. I'm based in the UK, so the other side of the pond to yourself, Robert. So hence, I don't think we've met in person, but watched from afar the Baby Seat project and other projects that you were just talking about. With some great care. I've had the privilege to be involved in some of the landmark projects occurring here in the UK, things like Genomics England, from the inception of that particular project, and small research collaborations with Oxford University and Cambridge University and others, up until actually right now, where we've started a fully commissioned service for the National Health Service in England, at least, offering whole genome sequencing for all children with rare genetic conditions. I think an amazing landmark. Also really important research projects like UK Biobank and their continued exome and now genome sequencing projects, which are providing a huge amount of that data so that one can calculate polygenic risk scores. And then obviously many of you would have seen the news this week. Grail, who we have an intent to acquire, we're not quite done with that deal yet, have just signed a deal with the NHS as well. So been heavily involved in a lot of that UK-based business and also increasingly our other business across the rest of Northern Europe. So delighted to Illumina's genomic technology can play a really important role there. I think, as you rightly pointed out, while we've decreased the cost of sequencing over the last decade or more down to roughly $600 per genome, there's still a lot of other ancillary costs that go around that, and the interpretation is still an area that requires a lot of expertise and further work. But we're certainly glad to have played our part in at least bringing the components of the costs down on the sequencing technology. If anything, that's the easy part now. It's making sense of all that data so that one can utilize genomics for really improving human health, but is still something of a challenge.
Yeah, it's fantastic what the UK is doing, isn't it? I mean, I think about our fragmented healthcare system, and I think about the National Health Service, and I've had the privilege of reviewing some of the papers coming out of Genomics England. And of course, as you said, UK Biobank has been the fountain of so much data that they've shared so generously around the world. Let me ask you both to comment on healthcare systems and the notion of prevention. You can talk about genomics or really anything. Particularly, I would think that a diametrically opposite perspective, Sanjay, would be consumer-initiated testing writ large in the United States versus, Neil, my impression is that consumer-initiated testing of any sort would be really frowned upon in the UK. Can you guys just talk a little bit to that? Okay, and before we do that, Pete, I'm sorry, I sort of thought you were like background plant there, but let me bring you into the panel discussion as well. And just for anybody who's just tuning in now, summarize what it is that you're bringing to this as well, and we'll include you in the conversation. My bad.
You're on mute, Pete.
You're on mute, Pete.
Yeah, after all that, I still can't get my own technical direction right after getting it told to me. Thanks, Robert. Yeah, so I know I can be very forgettable, but it's good to be part of the conversation on this.
Not at all. I just figured you were the master ceremony.
I am sort of like hovering in the background a lot of the time, so I can see why that happens. Yeah, I mean, I just want to contribute to the debate, really. I mean, given that we're looking at breakthrough health technologies, how we can bring them to millions of consumers. I mean, I think we're honored to have you guys all contribute to that discussion. And I guess just a brief background on myself to aid in that. I'm actually not from the health industry. My background is, I studied economics. I set up a consumer tech travel social network back in 2002, grew that to 1 million users before Facebook, and sold that to a large online travel agency called lastminute.com a few years back. And it was really the fact that my co-founder Michael and I really had personal tragedies in our lives where we saw what can happen when people don't look after themselves and not aware of their health being degrading behind the scenes, and then seeing how that shook our respective families and ourselves, and feeling helpless in not being able to do something about that. So we knew that in our next venture we wanted to use our skill sets in consumer tech and building these platforms that reach millions of users, and work out how we can bring some of these breakthrough technologies in the world of genetics, with aging science, and how we can sort of consumerize and productize that into a really easy to benefit way for society. And so we created a company called Humanity. So yeah, delighted to be here, and happy to sort of share my sort of insights from a consumer tech background as well.
Great, and we'll proceed with everybody speaking. So the question I'd like to ask everybody to weigh in on is the notion of screening, which is a lot of what we're talking about, whether it's consumer initiated or employer initiated, is more complicated than people realize. There's a brilliant book by Angela Raoul, Ann Mackey, and Muir Gray which talks about the UK screening experience writ large. And the tagline for that book is all screening does harm, and some screening provides some benefit. What we're somewhat talking about, and this is a big generalization, but when we're talking about all of these tech forward things, whether it's sequencing or Sanjay, so many of the tech forward biological measures that people are using, PWN to order, or Pete, even what humanity is going to be offering. We're talking about giving people medical information outside the conventional system and outside conventional standard of care, often in a form that is some form of screening, and that provokes some sort of result, good or bad, expensive or cheap, in them afterwards. Given that this is scientifically controversial, how do you see this proceeding with the conventional medical world? Do you see it ever coming back into the conventional world? Do you see it continuously being apart for those that can pay for it? Do you seeing it need huge national studies like in the UK for GRAIL? Let's start with you, Pete, since I before.
Yeah.
How do you think this?
We lost you for a second, Robert. So I think you're back. Yeah, I can kick things off.
Oh, sorry.
No,
yeah,
no problem.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and it's why we, with humanity, surround ourselves with smarter people than us, like yourself, to guide us in that particular debate. I think it's really important to draw the distinction between helping people stay healthier, ostensibly healthy people, avoid disease, take positive actions to reduce their risk, and how we look after people that become sick or are in the stage of being a patient under the care system. I think at that point, it's very important that you follow certain protocols. You're obviously aligned to the regulatory restrictions and to help protect and do no harm. The Hippocratic Oath. So this is super important. But I think as a consumer-facing wellness company, we have a duty of care. And of course, realize that we have a huge influence on the outcomes, the behaviors that the people that use our product will what actions they will take. And so with that, you have to ensure that you're doing things in the right way. So at least from my perspective and what we're doing, we have a clinical lead, we have a chief science officer. So we're trying to join the dots between the digital biomarkers and the biomedical ones. Things like your clinical markers and your DNA methylation markers, which is why we're so happy to work with Illumina on that side of things. And I think the key for us is to provide data insights. So it's less about trying to say, this means that you are at risk of this disease. It's actually saying, well, actually, these are your blood results if you get your bloods done. This is a physician oversight opinion on what those blood results mean. And that is, to ensure that if there are any abnormalities, we can feed that back to them so they can speak to a physician as they should. But otherwise, it's just to give them some insight on how they're doing, a bit of a benchmark, so that they can actually then start taking actions towards, perhaps changing some of their lifestyle behaviors or even the environment.
Sounds good. Neil, what are your thoughts on this, particularly from a British point of view?
Yeah, I've got a number of different perspectives. I mean, as someone that I think has been a guinea pig for most of the direct consumer products, they've all been, majority been run on Illumina. I think I've had my whole genome sequenced by multiple vendors. I've done my 23andMe. I'm signed up for the alpha with Humanity. Hopefully we can do that at some point in time soon. I think it's an interesting space, and I can certainly tell a personal story. I a few years back, probably my diet wasn't great, drinking too much alcohol. Started getting some outbreaks of gout. Turns out it's a very common disease. Largely ignored it first time round, and then sort of second incident, thought, well, maybe I should go and see my GP about it. But putting that together with my genomic information, which actually clearly showed I had an elevated risk for gout, I think gave me the nudge that I needed to make some modifications in my diet. And I think my hope is that sort of realization is an additional nudge in the right direction that people can get to improve their health, where we'll see some of the benefits. But the NHS isn't set up well for consumers coming to it with genomic information. My GP actually was really interested by it, but didn't understand a lot of what's going on in this field. And I think there's a massive education of general practitioners and all healthcare practitioners that is required. But talking to many of the policymakers here in the NHS and UK government at the moment, there's also a real concern about increasing inequalities across healthcare as well, and that those that can afford and are in privileged positions to understand the value of this data will go ahead and acquire that and get an even greater benefit in their health than many others in society that aren't in such a fortunate position. And so I think there are some interesting ethical questions there about how we can make this available really to everyone with equal benefit, not just from a financial perspective, but also from an ethnic background perspective. And the UK government now in the very recent spending review has some intent to try and level that playing field a little bit, as much as we can do by gathering further data about people of non-Caucasian descent. But there's clearly a huge amount of work that we need to do as a scientific community to level that playing field so that the genomic benefits can be for all of humanity and not just a select few.
Thanks, Sanjay. Any comments on any of this?
Yeah, a lot. So I guess first, from a sort of philosophical standpoint, the way that we operate is a belief that consumers should have access to their own information. You own your data. You should have the rights to that. But with an important caveat that we believe that when you want and need the support of somebody that's trained to interpret that you should have that too. So it's not that we want you to sort of go off into the wild, wild west with a complex report that's come off of a Illumina sequencer and try and make your own decisions about what to do. So empower people with their own information, but give them the surround sound and the support, the guardrails, if you will, of geneticists, genetic counselors, physicians, pharmacists, whoever it is, so that when they have questions, when they're trying to make decisions, they have people that they can talk to about what the right pathway is. Second point, I think, is just a kind of an interesting, kind of timely, topical anecdote, right? So, how does screening sort of become a public health benefit? So, my experience, sorry for everybody that's from a global perspective, is all United States based, so limited to that. But if in this during the period of the pandemic, we took the sort of use case of a large national health plan that had 50,000 members in Q2 and then 50,000 members in Q3, that under normal course of business, sort of pre-pandemic, all were indicated for a diagnostic colonoscopy. They should have gone in, they should have got the screening from a facility, from a center. And because of the pandemic, they weren't able to, because sort of quote unquote elective procedures were canceled. B, some of them were scared to go in even when they were able to go in, because you don't want to go into a healthcare facility and run the risk of getting infected. So this was a great opportunity for delivering care in a sort of consumer-directed fashion, but initiated by a system, so to speak, Robert, where we were able to get those 50,000 people screened in each of those 2 periods in a way that they didn't have to leave home. They got their results. They had access to doctors to help them interpret their results. And then the ones that did need follow-on diagnostic colonoscopies could, when appropriate, could get in and actually get those. So a way to bring sort of a consumer-directed effort to a population health problem, and sort of accelerated because of COVID.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, Sanjay, that this is really different in different countries, and do you think your business plan would survive if the United States went to single payer and tried to emphasize the evidence that's necessary for national screening a little bit more like the UK does?
Yeah, it's sort of above my pay grade, Robert. I think that what I could point you to is that we launched this year in Canada, which is more of that model, and people seem to need it over there. And so the sort of infrastructure, both clinical and technical, to enable that sort of frictionless, user-friendly, kind of as easy as downloading an app type of thing, access to care, seems to have value across borders.
I bet we'd all agree that people should be able to get, I don't know, a COVID test without necessarily needing a doctor's order. We'd probably agree that nobody should do brain surgery just because they want brain surgery. There really should be a medical pathway there. Where would each of the three of you draw more nuanced dividing line? I mean, let's start with you, Sanjay. What would PWN not authorize? Where do you draw the line? And then I'd like each of you and Pete to sort of also say where consumers not have the right to get or do on their own.
Yeah, so roughly 60% of the things that we get asked to support, we say no to. So the significant majority of tests and protocols and ideas that people come to us with, we actually end up turning down, primarily around reasons of three things: kind of analytical and clinical validity, utility. So is it going to mean something? Is it going to be actionable? Is it going to make a difference in that person or that population's life? And then three, to your point, Robert, is it suitable? Is it appropriate in a virtual care setting? And if we can't answer yes to all three of those things, then we'll say no to it. So a lot of kind of cutting edge sort of ideas that may have some future in some sort of setting, we don't believe that we can support.
And I would just add to that. I think that's the right approach. I think that when we were looking at building our proposition, we recognized there was a big difference between, how do we handle people going and getting their bloods taken, whether it be from a home testing kit or going into it in clinic, and then having a way to understand what those analytes mean from a doctor's perspective. And so that's something that we recognized was super important. And it's not something we should try to interpret and try to even present, this is how you should optimize that marker, because it's not necessarily the good science and it's not best practice. I think where we try to complement that and where we draw the line is that there are these scientifically validated models that our chief science officer, for example, is helping us develop, which he's been working on for many years, looking at the aging clocks, and they have been established both on clinical markers and DNA methylation and even digital markers. Now, clearly they have they're not 100% accurate. They are models by definition, but they give an indication and they have a probability risk attached to that. And so what we're doing is we're looking at how we can take the data from the digital biomarkers, the blood biomarkers, and the DNA methylation markers, and try to build a composite of what that indication is from a rate of aging. But that is a separate thing from how you would interpret the analytes in your blood. And even for your DNA, it's important to have somebody or access to probably a genetic counselor, certainly should there be any abnormalities. We focus very much on the methylation side. So, it's not quite the same as, doing your 23andMe or your whole genome sequencing. But nonetheless, the consumer, wants to be informed. And I think it's important to give them access to the right professional that can handle that.
I think the right professional is the really important point there as well, because if we look at it today, many professionals that are in a healthcare setting have had no formal training on genetics. They qualified many, many years ago. They've simply not had time to keep up with the field. And so while they may be qualified to comment on it, they have no practical experience that's relevant. And so I think we have to be careful not assuming that, a genetic counselor is, someone with that label will necessarily have the understanding of all, 7,000 Mendelian diseases or the impact of mutations in any of our 20,000 genes, let alone the non-coding stuff. And I think many of us want the results to be perfect. We want it to be, applicable right here and now. But we're in such an early phase of understanding the impact of our genome, let alone our methylome, proteome, metabolome, etc. There's a whole load of fundamental research that still needs to be done so that we can have a solid foundation for any of this interpretation. And I think we just have to recognize that we're at that early stage.
Robert, I think I remember asking you how different is the genetics program on that HMX online course, which is 6 weeks of fairly, it's incredibly educational, but not wildly in depth. from what a regular med student goes through if they went to Harvard in person? And I think your answer was it's not all that different.
That's right. There's a lot of important information given to a Harvard medical student in what is actually a 1-month intensive course, but that's usually in their first year. And then there's the rest of the years that have very little genetics integrated into it. Then there's their internship and residency. And I can tell you, by the time we're interacting with them as residents, it's, even if they got a good exposure in that intensive month, it's been long forgotten. And moreover, they've absorbed so many of the underlying narratives about genetics that we mentioned, but also about any kind of cutting edge technology. There's almost a resentful, there's almost a resentment of technology that promises to go beyond what is our standard of care, and a kind of hunkering down by the medical care system to reject it. Now, part of this is justified because the clinical utility has not been proven. Almost anything that's at this conference, giant conference, as I look across the titles, hasn't been proven to the level that, let's say, the United States Preventive Services Task Force would require before they would recommend it, and then the insurance would reimburse it. And since technology is exploding, I'm not sure any of them ever will get proven to that degree. So again, my question is this going to sort of live in a world of consumer genomics, ultimately untethered by the kind of rigorous evidence we require for everything else? Or do we make some kind of compromise in the evidence that we need or believe or will accept in order to bring these technologies quickly into use? And what sort of caveats do we owe our consumers when we say, look, we've got a new company to measure your serum porcelain level, and we think that's going to be really good for you, and we think there's some scientific backing for it, but nobody's ever proven that it helps you? What's our responsibility to give as a company interested in profit, and our stockholders and investors, versus our scientific responsibility to tell them this isn't proven?
Well, I think the UK took an interesting leap with Genomics England, because let's face it, in that early phase of the project, there wasn't enough evidence to prove the utility of whole genome sequencing.
Still true if you talk to people about screening.
Yeah, exactly. Across screening, that's still true. And I think we have struggled to show at least the economic utility of using whole genome sequencing in cancer so far. There's some interesting promise, but we're a long way off having utility in the right turnaround times and frames. But I think, it's encouraging to see that even with relatively modest evidence, some systems will take a leap of faith. And that may not be the American healthcare system. We may see that more in single payer systems, such as we have here in certain parts of Europe. In some respects, the Grail announcement with the NHS is similar. A small amount of data so far, probably nowhere near the clinical standard you would normally expect to enter that sort of scale of project. But I think that's where the government are very aligned to the UK positioning itself as a leader in genomics. So we'll wait and see whether that actually turns out to be the right gamble. But I think there is still an aspect of that being a bit of a bet and a bit of a gamble.
I think there's also just a huge explosion in health consciousness, brought on a lot from COVID. People want to understand what they can do, what actions they can take now to reduce their risk of, infectious or non-communicable diseases down the line. And I think that there's been such a concentration of investment and focus on, treating people when they are sick. I mean, if you only look in the UK, the National Health Service, its budget only allocates 5% to prevention and 95% to sick care and palliative care. So, there's a huge shift that needs to happen. And I think some of that shift needs to be picked up by, companies who can provide services to consumers. And I just think there needs to be a clear delineation. I think when, private companies start diagnosing or misdiagnosing, as the case may be, people, which can cause, irreparable harm in some cases and really, affect the livelihoods and the health of those individuals. I think that's where the line has definitely been crossed. But I think there's a huge amount that one can do by empowering the consumer with information that they can then interpret with a bit of help from a professional, ideally, but even still, just to give them a nudge in the right direction so they can perhaps eat a better diet, sleep better, be more mindful, and be a bit more active, and sometimes you just need to give the consumer the right sort of kick to start them into a positive health trajectory.
Sanjay, we have about 3 minutes left. Why don't you start and ask any questions of anybody else on the panel that you'd like to, or comment on any aspect of this that you feel has
Sure.
not been commented as we start to wrap up.
Yes, as one thing I'd love to get everybody's perspective on, kind of Neil and I were talking about it in the lobby before we joined the panel, is related to screening and sort of next-gen technologies that may not have been proven yet, but we believe have a ton of promise. Would love to hear perspectives on what the rollout of liquid biopsy is going to look like. And I don't know if the audience would benefit, Robert, from you maybe explaining what that is, or Neil.
Sure. Neil, are you comfortable talking about that?
Yeah.
Probably know it better than I do.
Happy to talk about that. Yeah, I mean, GRAIL is the latest example of a liquid biopsy assay, but in some respects, non-invasive prenatal testing, which is where you take a blood draw from an expectant mother, look at little fragments of DNA in there to determine the health of the unborn child, is actually probably a more clinically relevant example right at this moment in time. In fact, that particular assay has been one of the fastest ever adopted kind of new technologies in a diagnostic setting. Millions of women around the world now have had a single blood draw taken and the fragments of DNA counted and analyzed to see whether their child has Down syndrome or any other.
Is that the Harmony test?
So there's a number of brand names that run under that. So
same sort of thing.
The same sort of thing. You're counting little fragments of DNA, and if there are more fragments that correspond to chromosome 21 than you would expect in a normal fetus, you can make an assumption that that child has Down syndrome. It's a very accurate test and doesn't require a big invasive needle that would normally have been done from a historical perspective, just a simple blood draw. Similar process can occur for cancer in that once you've got a tumor of some type within your body, it's going to be shedding bits of fragments of that DNA or RNA or other biomolecules into your bloodstream. And if you sequence enough of that, you can identify those little fragments. And that's the basic principle of GRAIL's assay, the Gallery assay, which at least on paper will allow a single blood draw of 14 mils, so like a tablespoonful of blood, looking at that particular fragments of DNA in there and looking at some methylation patterns. They can identify fragments that are representative of a tumor for any of sort of 50 different cancer types with really pretty good accuracy. It's not perfect, and I think there's still a lot of trial work needed to be done to really build the evidence set, but it's an amazingly exciting opportunity.
Yeah.
That's NIPT and cancer. It holds possibilities for all sorts of different
and I think worth mentioning about the GRAIL test and other liquid biopsies is they purport to measure an active cancer that is there in you, as opposed to a hereditary DNA change, which is a probabilistic marker of the possibility that you will get cancer. Pete, I think we're supposed to stop at 3:15, but any question you'd like to ask the group, or just a statement to wrap up with?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we've covered it really well. I think all the things that have been discussed is right on point in terms of where the sort of breakthrough technology and science is coming to consumers. Genomics is a key part of that. I think liquid biopsies is definitely one of the key areas to focus on. I think GRAIL is a great example of that. I also think monitoring in general, so getting people to just have themselves monitored, whether it be getting their bloods done more regularly, checking their biomarkers digitally, but also DNA methylated, I think is going to be a huge opportunity for scientists, researchers to better understand what's changing over time. And I think that can really help, shift the transformation that's going to happen. But no, I'd just like to thank you all for taking the time out of your schedules this evening. Robert, you've been an absolute fantastic panel lead and speaker, and Sanjay and Neil, we couldn't have really had a better collection of leaders from the space join us today. So I really thank you. It's been an honor.
Me too. Great to see you, Sanjay, Pete, and good to see you, Neil. I hope to encounter you all soon under better circumstances than the pandemic.
Yeah, indeed. Take care, everyone.
Right.
just to get us started, I'm going to talk a little bit about the topics that we're going to cover today. It's really around health tech financing, so digital health and biotech, overall tech and health tech financing. Are health tech rounds getting larger? Do these kinds of companies take longer to finance? Are some of the questions that I get asked. The current state of play with university spinouts, what's the impact of recent government funding announcement of R&D? And also, are we seeing an increase of US investors or non-UK investors spending more time here, and what's the overall impact of that's been? Just wanted to introduce our panelists that I have with me today. We've got Pam, co-chair of the Cambridge Health Network. She's an angel investor in health tech, board member of Cambridge Angels, and on the investment committee of Cambridge University's Tech Transfer Office. Andrew Elder from Albion, lead healthcare partner there, a UK-focused generalist VC, former neurosurgeon, and focusing on medtech and tech-enabled services for healthcare. Also oversees UCL's tech funds, which invest in the IP that's being spun out of UCL. We've got James, he's a partner of Balderton, where he's been since 2013. He's led some of Balderton's investments in health tech, including Sophia Genetics and Kaya Health. And also we have Andy Richards, who is a founder and investor across biotech and health tech companies in the UK, chairman on lots of companies, including Aracor, Closed Loop Medicine, Congenica, Abcodia, and Babraham, is also an advisor to many funds, including CIC, Albion, and UCL. And we also have Ben Merrill, who is a founding partner of Briga, where it's a generalist fund. They invest from pre-seed to Series A, and they're just starting to invest in digital health. So really amazing. We have such a great cross-section of people here with us today. I just wanted to give some context of the tech sector overall. 38% of actually global seed stage capital is now being raised by European startups. And Europe has received 16% of global VC capital in 2019, which was up from 10% in 2018. And actually, despite COVID, European VCs are on track to continue this record-breaking trend in this year, having raised a total of 13 billion euros by the end of this year. And in terms of health tech financing as well, despite the pandemic, Europe's health tech startups brought in $2.3 billion in the third quarter of 2020, nearing the 2.9 billion, which was invested in the same quarter last year. But just to get us going, that was just to set the scene of some of the things that we're seeing. I'm going to ask a few questions, and then I think we can just have a bit of a conversation. But James, maybe I'll start with you. From following the huge spike in fundraising that we've seen in 2019 and 2020, how do you think that, from what you're seeing, the health tech sector as a whole has been impacted by COVID?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. It's a good question. We've seen overall over the course of this year, the total market for startups and early stage and scale up businesses continue to grow. In fact, this year will certainly, I think you mentioned some numbers, this year will certainly surpass last year in terms of the number of businesses fundraising in the European software market and the total quantity of money going into them. So the overall market is incredibly healthy. And I think the health sector is taking a larger proportion of that this year than it did last year. So not only are some of the businesses which we've seen sort of raising more rounds and raising more money, but we're seeing more of those businesses as well. And it's been accelerated partly because the regulatory agenda and the government agenda and overall health agenda, which has been in place for maybe 5 years now, has been accelerated to 3 months. The number of people experiencing telemedicine for the first time, the number of people using remote monitoring technologies for the first time, the investment into new and novel ways of dealing with coronavirus, but also lots of other types of diagnostics and illnesses remotely, which has never been done before. The amount of money and effort being put into that has been accelerated massively. So not only have we seen more capital coming into it, but we've just seen more and more businesses being accelerated by this change. And obviously, at the very latter end, we've also seen a bumpy year for IPOs, as more and more late-stage investors want to invest and take these companies public, which means recycle capital. So overall, we've seen a very strong year for not just the software sector, but relevant to this panel, the health tech sector.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, James. I guess turning to you, Pam, what are you seeing in terms of, I guess, particular sectors within health tech that are doing well, and also, I guess, something that James was alluding to in terms of the amount of capital, increasing capital coming into the system. From as an angel, what are you seeing in terms of VCs and other activity within the angel space?
Yeah, okay. I tend to know and invest in tech-enabled services, so health services delivery here and a little in the US. So because of COVID, we've seen this massive sort of boost and leverage on virtual medicine, telemedicine, virtual consultations, platforms for delivering ambulatory and outpatient care, digital comms, etc. And then, sadly, we've seen a need for, and we've seen a growth in mental health delivered digitally because of the recognition of mental illness. Sorry, it's my dog. And I think digitizing platforms, which we'd seen before for chronic disease management, and I think those will only accelerate. And excuse me, I'm going to shut my door.
No problem.
It's always something. And I think something I know less about, but the digitization that supports CROs and clinical research and the gathering of patients. So something Andy knows more about than me. In areas that I think will be next are social care, sadly neglected in this country, but I think we'll see proliferation of solutions. There will be more money. I think there'll be an insurance sort of deal on social care. They'll have to have a policy. So I think we'll see growth in social care. Something I'm interested in is femtech, which is not been boosted by COVID, was there before, but I think anything in that whole femtech area. In terms of money coming in, I was involved chairing a company that just did a raise this year, which was bigger than we anticipated because there's so much money in my section coming in from non-health related sources or sources of capital that hadn't previously invested in the health scene. And it's money that's, I would say, not necessarily smart in that they don't understand it. It's quite a complex area, health services, healthcare, health tech. But it's there. I mean, it's good for us in the health, in this industry, because there's more coming in. And as an angel, and I'm on the lower end of the angel scale, personally investing, there are more and more VCs wanting to get close to people like me, us, other people on the panel, I think, to maybe go earlier on in the process, you know, the high risk area. I think the definition of Series A has become very elastic as well, as far as I can see. So yes, more money coming in earlier on, I see, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant, Pam, and I think that's what we're seeing also at Local Globe. Andy, from your perspective, both at Albion, where you invest both, I guess, in the more life science end as well as the tech, I guess, tech side, as well as obviously having your university spin out. What are you seeing in terms of trends, as well as the amount of time that it takes for different types of companies to access financing?
Yeah, thanks, Julia. I think the short answer on the timing side of things is that historically, life sciences has taken longer than technology companies that we also invest in. And I'll come on to why, but I think that's changing rapidly. And what I think we're seeing is a shift from what in life science has typically been a data-driven sort of approach to different investment rounds, to value inflection points. So each round happens after a value inflection point typically. And what drives that value inflection typically in life science is some sort of data. And in commercial stage companies, data is revenue very often, but in pre-commercial stage life science companies, whether it's drug development or diagnostics, you're looking for experimental data, and experimental data takes some time. And typically the life science investment sector has been very data driven. And I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a really interesting shift to what I call, I guess, conviction investing, which we've seen in other sectors, you know, in consumer and B2C and enterprise sort of facing sectors. You see this in conviction investing, which is where you're investing ahead of the data. Often you're investing on a theme. You're saying this is a hot theme, we want to be in it, we're going to put a lot of money, we're going to build big companies very quickly because we believe in that theme. That's not really happened in life sciences that much in the past, but we are seeing that a lot at the moment. And so there's historical sort of, you know, being driven by regulated timetables, driven by the rate at which it takes to grow cells and to run clinical trials and so on. We're suddenly seeing that massively accelerating. And I think it's a great example just to look at cell and gene therapies as an example of that. We're now seeing massive conviction investing in the cell and gene therapy space, where you've got assets that everyone knows work. You know, you've got clinical stage assets in cell and gene therapies, which we know work. And the first wave of these companies, people were basically putting together platform plays where you can get as much technology into around a single platform, a lentivirus, adenovirus, whatever it is. And then everyone would put a lot of money in and you'd build a company out of that. Now what we're seeing is a second wave of that happening, where everyone's saying that this is a great sector, we want to build big companies in this, so let's go and accumulate as much technology as we can around different therapy areas. And let's just buy and build these things. And we're seeing big investors coming over from the US, writing very big checks on a theme and saying, let's build a company within 3 or 4 years and sell it or float it. And that kind of investing just didn't really happen in life sciences sort of more than 5, certainly 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And Andy, we were talking about just exactly this a couple of weeks ago when we caught up, and I wanted to turn to you to ask, are you also starting to see this convergence with biotech and tech investors? I.e., a couple of years ago, you were the one who first spoke to me about the 2 tribes of investors. How are you seeing? Is there more collaboration now? And over the last 12 months, just what Andrew was saying, what has been this impact of non or US or non-UK capital entering the market?
Yeah. So Julia, thanks. Yeah, this is fascinating. I mean, I first started talking about the tribes when it was sort of frustrating that you could put a digital health, digital therapeutic, health tech, whatever you want to call it, business model together, and you were getting sucked into business model dogma of the investor tribes, a very tech investor tribe that had a very sort of had a model around revenue ramp. Rapid revenue ramp traction, and then a classic life science investor that was all interested in patents and regulatory approvals and why it was going to get bought by a pharma company. And there were lots of decent models that didn't fit either. So I think what's been happening, and there's a lot been happening very quickly, certainly, and COVID has accelerated this, is that those tribes and actually other tribes have been moving into the health space. You know, the whole pandemic has resulted in a allocation of capital that has shifted from certain areas, and health tech and healthcare and life sciences as a whole has been a massive beneficiary at lots of different levels. And so there are tribes that are coming in. Thankfully, there are specialists in the space who have managed to get their head around, new models that fit across the area. And I think everyone's been more open to exploring business models. Revenue traction in healthcare is always slow. If revenue traction is your single metric, you're going to have problems. If patents and being bought by pharma is the only model, then and we all know software and data doesn't really fit into that, then again you're going to be restricted. But I do think people have been moving into that. Meanwhile, there has been a huge driver at the top end on NASDAQ of the public markets going very vibrantly, and that applies to just both classic biotech and now into health tech, and that's been sucking things into that chain very quickly. And as Andrew said, it's been driven certainly in classic biotech by a change from a very slow linear model, which I still have to say in classic biotech in the UK, we still suffer from everyone thinking it like that, to non-linear models where businesses have gone through 3 rounds of funding and then an IPO within two to 3 years, and with several things in the clinic, and they've not done that in a linear fashion. And that's happening at the moment. That's been driven by a set of crossover investors. The interesting thing in biotech is in the UK, those crossover investors are over here and active at the moment, and Redmile and Perceptive and RA Capital are investing alongside Syncona in things that are going down that path. And I do think that the sort of internationalization caused by the pandemic of our abilities to communicate across borders on Zoom has meant that it's sort of become easier to do that, and that's happening. On the convergence side of things, there are still, the very active groups. Classic life science VC still does its therapeutics, but it's now doing digital therapeutics. Pharma corporate ventures are incredibly active in digital health and digital therapeutics. Now, don't expect them to do consumer B2C in wellness, but do expect them to do digital therapeutics. And meanwhile, tech VC and tech corporates, and actually even InsurTech, the big insurance corporates, have been moving into this space. And don't expect them to do mainstream cell and gene therapy, with the exception of, let's say, Google Ventures, which has been one of the biggest biotech. But do expect them to come into things like, we saw, we've seen, Boltzmann and Atomico doing Helix, and Helix is actually, it's a reprofiling play, but it is actually a drug development play. We've just seen from my side, Tencent and Legal & General, coming to Congenica. We saw Novo Ventures leading into ex-Scientia AI drug discovery. So I think there is a huge convergence, and I think that's very exciting. I think things are happening faster. I think these principles of putting bigger sums earlier into these entities is happening. I think it's a real challenge for early stage startups to get to the bar and the barrier and the ambition level where they can get those big sums. But I think that's happening. And I think one interesting thing in that space, that the larger sums of money are coming into areas where there is an international business model that will work. And one of the problems in UK health tech has been, it's been very linked in with NHS business models. And I think a lot of people are coming in with these bigger sums when there's something that can break through from that NHS business model to something that becomes an international business model.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of interesting things there. Ben, from your perspective, more on the consumer/digital health side, how some observations from you, or how you're seeing things at the moment.
Thanks, Judah, and thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys today. Look, it's pretty amazing if you step back for a second and look at the situation we're all in, and the pandemic the world is going through. If you take as an assumption that we're going to go through other pandemics in the future, when you look at it from a digital tech angle, it sounds and seems and looks very backwards. It seems very old-fashioned way of managing the whole thing. You're back in the sort of middle age of masks and lockdown and social distancing, which is a bit frustrating, and especially when you come from a tech background where instantaneity and doing things in a click of a finger is your day-to-day and bread and butter. So I think the tech scene, the digital tech space, is going to really look into this, trying to figure out how we can accelerate the creation of solutions. For once, tech has proven to be part of the solution and not of the problem to this crisis. And that's one of the reasons why we can have this conversation all together in Zoom tonight. But that's how the new vaccine has, have been found and worked on because of tech and because of data. All the solutions of apps managing and tracking people around and making sure that we don't have to wear masks and stay at home forever is setting the trend. And I think more and more entrepreneurs from the digital tech space are going to look into this industry that to them looks fairly low touched by tech, and therefore it looks like a huge opportunity, right? Because you realize that a lot of the world we live in isn't covered by tech solutions. So you do the sort of tip of the iceberg, grabbing a taxi and getting your food delivered, but like the fundamental basic stuff of being able to go to work and exchange with people and run your business is something that can be shut down like in a minute. And tech, as of now, hasn't really looked into this and hasn't come up with solutions. So I see more and more people looking in, how can we
I think
we've had a bandwidth problem.
I think so. Ben is in his car in South Africa. That's probably why.
He's back.
I got cut. Sorry guys, sorry for this. Am I back now? Yes, I was just saying. Look, it's a huge opportunity, and I know a lot of tech founders, that I talk to on a daily basis are really excited. So we are too, and I think that bridge between what really was, and going back to Andy's point around convergence, I think that bridge between what really was before digital on one hand and medtech on the other end, this gap is going to be bridged between these two worlds, because everyone realizes that software is eating the world and can solve a lot of the issues we're facing now, and we're going to face even more so in the future.
Yeah, are there any other reactions to what anyone else has said?
Actually, just to pick up on what Ben said at the end, I think that bridge is absolutely right. We're seeing these behaviors really start to sort of blend as well. And I think this is part of what I was saying about conviction investing is coming much more from the sort of tech side of things. We're seeing that come into biotech, but actually it's also in digital and health tech. We're seeing it in primary care. We're seeing it in remote care and telehealth and so on. We're seeing it. COVID's just turned the industry on its head from that perspective, that investors are piling in saying this world is going to change. There's some big themes that are moving quite fast. Let's have full conviction and put a lot of money into building good companies in these spaces, and let's not worry quite so much like we used to about, do we have all the trial data all in place? Do we have all the traction data in place? I think that convergence is absolutely happening.
It's going to be very interesting. Sorry, James.
I was going to add one more thing which wasn't mentioned much, which obviously there's lots and lots of reasons for fundamental change in the economics of health investing, but there's also, I think, just a value shift. And I think there's far more people who, when they look at, in particular because of the situation with Corona, but more broadly, the things they want to do with their time and the way they want to invest, there are more and more people who are willing to take perhaps slightly lower returns in return for feeling they're having a higher impact in areas they care about. And if you look at how both healthcare and education have developed over the last 30 years, costs have continued to rise while other areas of investment continue to fall. I think that gap has felt more and more painful in the last 9 months than ever. And as a result, I think people want to work on these problems more. And shifts in software within healthcare, shifts in regulation, and more virtuous circles and our approach to developing new molecules and drugs means that they can do that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Andy,
Yeah, I was I was going to make some similar points. I mean, I think the whole sort of social investment ESG need means that people do get sort of moved into this area. I think I think the other point, and you know, Andrew made it, is, you know, a whole load of things that everyone said were impossible, like developing a drug or a vaccine within a year, and getting it to people. You know, once that's been done, okay, you know, there are all sorts of things that people say, well, maybe one won't move back to the situation of just doing it slow and in a slow linear fashion. You know, once all the pharma companies have realized that they can handle all their clinical trials remotely without everyone going into hospitals, and actually they get better data and learn stuff faster, and in some ways it's cheaper, that's not going to go back. You know, once everyone's got used to having telemedicine appointments and sharing data with clinicians, it's not going to go back. So I think it's a you know, really it's a changed world, and as was said earlier, you know, digitization of healthcare, you know, 5 years or maybe 10 years occurred in 3 months, and that's not going to go back.
yeah. Pam? Oh, sorry, Andrew, go ahead.
Pam, go first.
No, I was just, the first time I heard about the tribes was in a lift with Andy Richards in Cambridge, and I was so grateful that somebody recognized these different tribes, because I'm in a different one. But there's something else Andy said about international models, because you got the behemoth of $3 trillion being spent on the US health so-called system. And you've got companies here that I'm involved in trialing themselves in the NHS, which is a completely different context. But there's so much money and interest in the US that those people who recognize those two models, and China as well, although I'm not conversant with China, but I do agree with that. And the investors that get that right will do better.
Yeah.
Julie, can I just pick up on one thing Andy said, and not to disagree with it, but just to sort of highlight a bit of a question around it, and that's the it's not going to go back theory, which I absolutely hope is not the case. And I think in lots of areas it won't go back, certainly not completely, but I think in some areas there will be a bit of a retreat. And I think the big question marks are going to be which areas do retreat and which areas do stay where they are. And I think that's what, as investors, we have to do a lot of thinking about, is the post-COVID era, where are we going to see retreat and where aren't we? Because I think there's a lot of conviction money coming in, as I said. I'm not sure there's always going to be a great return on all of that conviction investment, because if that conviction is wrong and actually there is a bit of a retreat in certain areas, then large amounts of money coming in may not necessarily deliver good returns. And I think, I mean, from a data perspective, when you look at the data coming out of the US at the moment in terms of telehealth visits, there is quite a snapback, in fact, from a big, in the heat of the pandemic, very large spike in telehealth visits and consultations, but a very big snapback. I think it went from about 10% to about 70 or 80%, and now it's back to about 30%. I mean,
the reimbursement has to follow it, Andrew. I think when they figure out, CMS figures out the reimbursement models, it will track up again.
Yeah, but I think that these are, so the data I've seen is in places where the reimbursement was being sorted.
Oh, really?
This was being quoted by US physicians saying actually patients not really enjoying it, or the physicians not, whichever way, I'm not sure, but there was a surprise. I was surprised, a real snapback. And I hope the regulators can be as good as they are and fast as they are, and I hope we can all gather data in a much swifter way as we are now.
I was at an award ceremony last night. I was at an award ceremony last night. They sent us all out a cocktail shaker and some cocktails. I suspect that award ceremonies are going to go back to being face to face because it just doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, but
Julie, I'm so sorry I have to go, but my parting shot is always get your children to go into digital health, and I wish I were 20 years younger, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we'll be wrapping up very shortly. So yeah, thank you so much, Pam.
Okay.
Thanks, Pam. Bye.
Yeah, the only one thing I wanted to add, maybe, to Andy's point, a lot of governments around the world when this pandemic hit, used a very war-based vocabulary, talking about how you should fight all together as a nation and as a society. And it reminds me of, World War I, when, women had to go to the factories to work because men were at war. And, we thought it would go back to normal, and it never did, right? So I think this crisis in its way shaped a world where I think, obviously we're going to go back to a few face-to-face meetings, but it really accelerated a digital shift that we'll see in the future forever. That's my belief, at least as a digital tech investor.
I just wanted to say thank you all so much for coming on this Friday evening or early evening. And so basically this what we've just discussed today, I think has been like super interesting, and really pleased to have had all your feedback on some of the influx of capital, the convergence of biotech and more digital health players, as well as what the impact could potentially be of more conviction-based investing in life sciences. So much really great stuff that we've spoken about.
So maybe you can just for the benefit of the audience, get a better sense of how serious you are investing in this particular space, like some of the different themes that you're investing in.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll just start with an introduction to Local Globe. So we're a seed stage focused fund. It was founded by Robin and Saul Klein, who are longtime entrepreneurs and investors in the UK. They were both partner at Index, and then started to focus solely on Local Globe since 2015. We have been dedicated to seed stage ever since. We have a portfolio of 200 companies. And I would say, since I joined 3 years ago, I've been leading our investments in health and building up our portfolio. We now have 20 investments and are very committed. We've invested in a number of different areas. One has been around communication rails, i.e. Really how is the patient connected to the healthcare system in the future? We have companies like Accurix, like AWell, like Elephant Healthcare within that theme. We've invested in mental health companies and neurotech. We've invested in digital therapeutics and femtech. We've also invested in genomics as well as applied AI. So really covering the gamut from both SaaS-related companies that are being built, servicing really the hospitals through to consumer, as well as deep tech applications. So I think, as a fund, we're deeply committed to health, and we see that we'll continue to invest in the long term, as we do actually across the ecosystem. And as a fund, we're sector agnostic. So and actually see that over the next 20 years, where the largest businesses will be built in Europe will be in regulated spaces, and obviously health is a key component of that.
Yeah, I can certainly say with my UK hat on that Local Globe is definitely one of the leading seed funds in the space. So it's good. It's great that you're taking such a serious focus into this particular area, especially for yourself as well, Julia. So one of the questions we did have, which in regards to the sort of scale of growth in investment in health tech. So in the US, it was mentioned that Rock Health announced recently that they've already broken records of the amount of investment venture capital going into digital health companies in particular, already after the third quarter, whereas prior records it took the whole year to achieve that number. So do you think that's COVID related, or do you think there is an underlying trend here which is kind of yet to be as well understood?
I mean, I do think that health tech has been, I guess, a net beneficiary, or as in think the need for health tech adoption has really just been accelerated by COVID. And so I think really, I guess we've seen within our own portfolio companies like Accurix, for example, prior to the pandemic, they were in 40% of GP practices with their core product, which is basically sending SMS messages directly from a GP to a patient. During COVID, they launched 8 or 9 new products that were really servicing GPs and enabling them to continue to work with the social distance measures that were in place, i.e. getting people to send in photos, being able to share documents, all of actually a whole suite of products that have, would have been super useful. They've just been accelerated in terms of the rollout. And actually, as a result, they're now in 99% of GP practices, and like amazing engagement across GP. So I mean, I take that as just one example, which just shows the phenomenal engagement within digital health, and in terms of, and that also then feeds into financing, because as these companies are accelerating, they need to continue to develop new products, like their teams need to grow, and therefore that just you just see that just feeds into financing requirements. So yes, I think really the acceleration has been inevitable, but it's just been accelerated over
accelerated. That makes sense. So we've also heard from some prominent speakers today, like Andrew J. Scott, who, I don't know if you're familiar with him, but he's a prominent economist from LBS, London Business School. He's also contributed towards the longevity dividend, which is a research project. And he sees the longevity industry particularly as the next trillion-dollar industry. And that's based on him just extrapolating the figures and looking at what the economic impact would be if you were to keep people productively healthy for longer. I'm just interested if you have, as a fund, or looked at personally at the longevity space to a great deal, or if it's still a new area for you to sort of look at in the context of health and health span.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an area that I would love to spend more time in, and absolutely open to meeting founders that are building businesses in this space. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, if you think about the length of time that we are living longer, we want to be productive for longer, we want to be healthy for longer, and all the kinds of needs that we have, not just in terms of our health, but also how that feeds into housing, even other types of employment. So yeah, absolutely, it's a sector that is really interesting, and I'm excited to meet more companies in the space.
Great. Just checking if there's another question. So similar to one of the early ones, has COVID changed the type of investments you are making in the health tech sector? And if so, why or why not?
It actually, I would say it actually hasn't per se. I think there have been a few investments that we've made over the last 6 months, so that have been COVID specific. So for example, we invested a small amount into Vaxitech out of Latitude, which is our Series B+ fund. Also, we invested in a company which is called Vatic. It's an EF company. It's actually at its root, it's building on lateral flow. It was building an inflammation tracker. Thesis around that company was really around using lateral flow technology, but making it more accurate and using it for inflammation, which we thought was going hand in hand with telehealth. So for example, Babylon or any other telehealth provider wanting to build up an understanding of a new patient's health when they were being onboarded, and actually over time. However, this company has over the last few months actually developed one of the most sensitive antigen lateral flow tests for COVID, and so and has had amazing success in building, in developing this test, and is in really progress conversations to have this rolled out in the UK as well, and in other countries. And I think if I looked at the business now, I'm obviously like very excited not only about the impact that this company can have within COVID, but actually when we made the original investment in June, the COVID the COVID product was not a reality at that point, and the theme was made around the potential within inflammation. So
it's incredible how these things transfer across, right? Because if you have high
absolutely.
inflammation, you're a higher risk of being affected by the disease.
Yeah. So I think if there are in other investments that we've made since, so we've also invested in Vera Health, which is a company building it's essentially a digital therapeutic for menopause. Menopause is a theme and a stage of life that we think is hugely significant and underserved, and we
absolutely
the team. So we would have made that investment irrespective. So I think there are huge groups of patients that are underserved, and I think that those are continue to be underserved, and there are opportunities to meet those with great that great founders will want to meet them.
Terrific. Well, we've got time for a couple more questions. So the last one, penultimate one, is really around the impact of AI, machine learning on the space. Are you seeing some interesting sort of companies that are building some interesting machine learning models that are changing or disrupting the healthcare system or the preventative health space that's worth mentioning?
I guess, a couple that we've invested in over the last couple of years that we think can be transformational. One is the team at CoMind. It's a neurotech company. They're basically building a non-invasive brain-computer interface. So really using both, it's a hardware as well as obviously software. Being able to take very accurate images of the brain and being able to decode those to really interpret what is going on in someone's mind. And I think that's absolutely, it's
fascinating. Yeah,
it's super fascinating. And I think in order to make those kinds of bets, we have a very long-term view when we consider our investments. And I think in this case, we even think about it, it's not even on a 5 or a 7 or a 10-year horizon. Really, we're thinking about it in 20 years plus, because even though we know that advances in machine learning has been unlocked over the last few years, it's still a very nascent area when it comes to decoding signals from the brain. So. So that's one, but absolutely transformational in terms of the potential, and the team that's being assembled there is really, really exciting.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, I guess that would be one that's more on the deep tech
I have
side.
to put them in touch with one of our science advisors, Rhoda Au, who is doing a bunch of stuff with the Framingham Heart Study, and they do a lot of sort of cognitive decline analysis using actually digital biomarkers as well. She's a neuroscientist, so that could be really interesting. Okay, so just to sort of wrap up, and also to sort of commend you for being the last speaker of the entire conference at the lovely time of 9 p.m. It's become a bit of a running theme to the last couple of days, but for different reasons. But I'm gonna ask you the last question from myself, and that is this: given this is the last official talk at the Giant ELF conference, what are the biggest ELF trends in the run up to Christmas?
What do you mean?
Well, given it's Christmas, given that we're talking about ELF, not health, but ELF, what are the biggest trends that are coming to the ELF industry in the run up to Christmas?
ELF.
Maybe
have Santa delivered COVID mass testing?
Yay! I'll sign up for that. That should be in the stocking. Anything else?
I think that's as good.
I think that's a good one. I think that's a good one. Thanks for humouring me. Sorry, we had one of the my co-partner in crime, Emma, had. I'm sure she won't mind me saying this, but her husband thought for the first 3 days of her helping plan the event that it wasn't the Giant Health Conference that she was helping coordinate, it was the Giant Elf Conference. And so he actually typed it in on Google to find out, what is this Giant Elf Conference that everyone keeps talking about? I need to find out what it is. So it put a smile on everyone's face earlier, so I thought I'd share the joy with you too.
Well,
but look, on that note, I think there's been some great insights from your panel. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk to me afterwards. If anyone hasn't heard of Local Globe, they will have by now. And is there a way for them to get hold of you should they wish to get in touch for to find out more?
Absolutely. Julia at localglobe.vc.
Fantastic. All right. Well, with that, I'll bid you farewell. Thanks again. And yeah, that's about wrapping up day 2 of the Giant Health Conference 2020. So thanks so much for joining us, everybody. And look forward to hearing the feedback in the back chatter from the Giant Health team. So thank you very much, Julie.
Thank you.
Bye.